All right. Hello and welcome to the second half of our day. So, I'm your host, Kelly Getner. I haven't been introducing myself all day, but I think by this point you all know me anyways. So, just in case, here is the schedule for the weekend. And we are now in, I believe, oh no, we are in this portion of the day. We just had the audio panel, and right now we have the crafters. So I am going to bring them in one by one. First of all, we have Kara of Kara Greenleaf Designs. Hello, welcome. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I know there's a little bit of a delay. We're going to work through it. Y'all are just going to have to bear
Sounds
with
good.
us. Next up, we have my other half, Crayley of Phoenix Sisters, and also Pokeballs by Crayley. Easy to remember. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Good, good. And then we have Ty and Mike O'Reilly. Okay, so we have, I am blanking right now. We have Grayscale Designs, and then Ty, what is your, it's Bunny. I am so sorry. It's been a long
Bunny's Mixtures.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart. It's been a day. It's been a good day, but it's been a long day. So
it's one of those mental things where you can never remember the last item in a list of things you need to say out loud.
Yes. Yeah, my first panel of the day, I couldn't word properly at all. Like, I was tripping over my words. I'm like, dang, I need a third cup of tea. For anyone who doesn't know, my tea is not decaf. That is my source of caffeine. All right. So I'm going to go clockwise and have you three introduce yourselves. Tell us a little about yourselves and what your craft is, what your business is, and how you got into it. That was 3 questions. I'm sorry. All right, Crayley, go ahead. Give me the spiel.
So my craft is I make these almost 6-inch in diameter Pokeball dioramas of what it looks like the Pokemon is doing inside their Pokeball. They look like this. I got into doing this because I found a YouTube video that was like, make your own Pokeball. And I was like, I could do that. That sounds easy. Spoiler alert, it was not easy. I spent 2 years before I made one that I thought was like acceptable to post a picture of on the internet. Like I tried to make one and it went horribly. And I was like, oh no, I'm so bad at this. So I spent like a year just watching YouTube videos of how to make dioramas. Before I even bought any more supplies, because I was like, oh no, I wasted money on supplies. And now I think I'm pretty happy with how they look. I take these big up close photos now, instead of like ones far away that I'm like, look, I finally did the thing I've been talking about. So I hope that answered your 3 questions. I don't remember what they were now.
That's what I also wanted you to introduce yourself. So who are you?
Oh,
Crayley.
Yeah, so my like business name for the Pokeballs is called Pokeballs by Crayley. It's super original. And I do like 99% of my business via Facebook, and it's just facebook.com/Pokeballs by Crayley. And I don't do the like accent on the E or any of that stuff, just Pokeballs by Crayley. Pokeballs by Crayley.
Which there is a dirty joke in there, and we'll let y'all fill in the blanks there. The jokes write themselves. All right, Kara.
Hi. My actual name is Karen. I own and created Kara Greenleaf Designs. I've been doing this for about 15 years. I make chainmail. So that is a huge cap name for what I do. I make necklaces, pendants, bracelets, tiny little earrings. And I do all kinds of different things with essentially linking little metal rings together in different designs. Jewelry, accessories, I do armor, I do cosplay armor. I make big flags out of chainmail. I call them inlays because I put designs in them. There you go. This was one of my favorite pieces to make. That actually took about a year. But I've been doing this for about 15 years. I'm based out of Indianapolis, Indiana, and I ship worldwide.
Yeah, let me put 2 more images of your art up on the screen, Kara, because I wasn't sure what you wanted in what order. I love this necklace. I'm super biased towards it.
Pretty.
And then, I was tempted to use one of the photos of myself wearing this piece because I've also modeled this piece for Kara, but like I thought that might be playing a little too much favorites with myself.
Yeah, I snuck one of
Just a
my
little
pictures
bit.
into the cosplay photography panel. It's all right. All right, Riley.
I'm good with this.
Riley's go.
I'm going first. Hey, my name is Micah Riley. I have, I don't know where to say where I started my crafting. I've always been into it. And when Kelly asked me, at first I was like, I don't do craft. But then I had to remember, I don't know which one to pick. Like I do so much. I don't know. I guess I really got into crafting when I started. I don't like saying cosplaying, but when I made costumes for my children and us, I just don't like to label too much. But I had to learn a lot with the costume stuff. And then I also teach martial arts at night. I live in Olive Branch, Mississippi too. I think I'm trying to remember all of Kelly's questions there. We're based. It's okay. We're country. We're more based out of South here compared to you guys. Awesome accents. So pardon our accents there.
We love your accents. They're so cute. I mean, I think I can speak for the other Midwesterners. We think your accents are great. Go ahead.
But so I also teach martial arts at nighttime. So machine wise, our school, the lady that was making the embroidery on our black belts had the kids' names and everything. She just was very slow, and I was like, you know what? I can do it. So I just went and got a machine, and so I just started putting the names on the belts and on the back of the uniforms and stuff. And then I was like, you know what? I really like vinyl. So I got vinyl. And then yes, and of course, when I got vinyl, I had to vinyl everything in the house.
Of course.
And then my husband is into comics, so the comics, please don't ever send me hate mail. I like to take old comics or some of his duplicates, and I like to Mod Podge too. I'm working on a chair I'm excited to do. Yeah, they pulled it up there, girl. It's double time here. But yeah, so I pretty much try to dab into everything. It's for me. I think my daughter can speak for herself. I hated to get rid of that piece. I love that piece.
I would want to keep it too.
So on Sundays, I drive around and I just find furniture. I have so many chairs right now, guys. My husband keeps saying I'm a charity case or something, but I have so many chairs, and that seems to be my seller right now. I'm actually really excited about doing a Black Panther one right now. My neighbor had some sitting outside, and my daughter came running in, Mom, these chairs. And so, yeah, that's me in a nutshell. See, I do so much with it.
Hi.
Hi,
I'm sorry.
Joy.
I'm really nervous. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm tired.
We've done this for a while now, and we're nervous too almost every time. It's all good.
I'm Ty with Bunny's Mixtures. I make candles. This is my favorite one.
Oh my gosh, I love that so
It smells like candy.
Of course. It smells like candy.
much.
I make candles. I make body scrubs, lip scrubs, and I also make those smashable chocolate hearts. I recently started making those because like those. I like to bake as like a coping mechanism with everything. I got into candle making because I had one of my favorite candles die out on me, and I wanted to remake it, and I did. And then my friend's like, "Can I have one?" and it just grew from there. And me and my mom both have really sensitive skin, so I started making my own sugar scrubs and things from home to help out. And I'm an olive branch too,
I was about to say,
obviously.
she's obviously ballistic.
I do what I can candle wise between college and everything.
That's awesome.
This is my biggest and heaviest piece.
That looks huge. That's so cool.
So
I would be
wanted her
scared to light it.
Right, it's too pretty, but she it was actually a mold from just like a dollar store skull.
It was hollow.
Yeah, and she just hollowed it out and made it. So, but I've been trying to get her to get more into the molding.
I broke an X-Acto knife getting it out of the mold, but it came out.
Worth it.
We need to see how heavy it is.
It's pretty heavy. It's solid.
I'd say it's a good 10, 15 pounds. We're gonna have to weigh it. I never thought about it.
And we do have someone saying hello. So hello, I am not.
I've gotten a lot of strange requests candle wise.
Please
Tell us. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually working on an order right now for a family, and the dad said, I've never been able to find one, but can you make me a Parmesan scented candle?
My
How?
kitchen.
I did it.
The
It
cheese.
smells like cheese.
That's
I didn't
amazing.
want to bring it upstairs because I had to clean all my supplies multiple times.
So I didn't know, like, you know how they have olive oil and all kinds of oil? They have Parmesan oil. So that's how she was able to get that
I found
scent.
a Parmesan olive oil dipping sauce, and I poured it into the hot wax. It smells just like it.
Okay.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
Interesting.
I have the Fruit Loops one I'm working on now. It's
That sounds-
weird.
That sounds delightful, though. Is
My
it?
least favorite is orange and citruses, and lavenders are my least favorite. I don't like that smell. I
No
had
basic
one
smells.
of just all citrus. The body scrub, the lip scrub, the 2 candles, all citrus. I couldn't stand that smell for a few weeks.
Well, I imagine those get requested a lot.
I got a big lavender one right now, and it's just killing me.
I like it.
I like lavender.
It
Sorry,
smells
Kay.
awesome. It's better than
Yes.
Parmesan.
That sounds so weird.
I would imagine.
It was bad.
Yeah, we're trying to get her more supplies because she's using all my kitchen stuff.
I think Crayleigh's dog is causing some trouble.
What?
Is Oakley causing trouble, Crayleigh?
Yeah, there it goes again. She's chewing on a water bottle. I think I'm gonna go take it from her now.
Go do that. All right, so while
I
Crayleigh
saw
does
the
that,
game go
Micah.
by, and I'm like,
All right, so Micah, what about you? Have you gotten any weird requests?
It's not really weird, but it was fun to do. And I don't work on my embroidery machine too much. I leave that with my belts just because I'm lazy and I don't want to change the really thick needle that goes through the belt.
That is not my dream.
But there was a granddad that I think it's his niece or granddaughter that on the back of this guy's shirt, I'm not really sure how old he is, maybe in his 80s. It says Lady Killer on the back of his button up. And I thought that was so cute. It's just cool to do the personalized gifts that I'm assuming a button up shirt for an older guy you can't find in the store that says Lady Killer on the front,
Oh, hello.
Hi, Janet. And Janet says that's really cool. I'm not sure exactly what she says. That's really cool, but pretty much anything you guys are talking about.
But yeah,
All
not
right.
so much strange yet.
And Karen, what about you? Any weird requests?
yes, but I can't discuss them.
Oh,
None of them are appropriate for conversation.
Well, I actually have a request. After I saw that you do chainmail, I didn't know if you do it on
Yes.
costumes, but my husband has a Deathstroke
Absolutely.
costume, and I don't know how to do the chainmail
Okay.
for the Deathstroke.
Ooh,
So I'll have to get
YouTube.
with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
We will definitely have to talk after, but I love display work. I love doing custom work. I love making costume pieces out of either scales, so the ones that look like dragon scales, or just the standard ring. I love doing custom work like
A lot of
that.
candles.
Yeah, I tried to do it myself, and I went to order, and I was like, I have no idea how many I should even order, or if I could do it.
Get with Karen.
Once you learn, it's not hard, but we'll talk after.
Yeah,
It is a lot
for
of work,
sure.
though. Look, Kara, show us your forearms, like compared to mine. Yeah.
Oh,
those muscles.
I'm one of the only people I know that can actually flex their forearm because I work in steel a lot. So hence I can bend steel. What's your superpower? But this is all steel, this piece.
Yeah.
But most of the work that I do, I actually work in aluminum, so it has the same look, but it's like a third of the weight. It's great for cosplay, and I can get it in a lot of bright colors. So I know Crayley already has pictures, but I've learned this from Zoom chats with other chainmailers. So you can actually see a lot of the colors that I can work in here. So because that's aluminum, we can actually use a process called anodizing and get a lot of different colors available for costumes and that kind of thing.
That's cool.
So for the
So-
weirdest thing
So
people
yeah,
have ordered from us, who wants to go first?
so I think we've mostly covered that. I'm not
Right.
comfortable disclosing my weirdest in mixed company.
NSFW or anywhere else. What
I'm
about
just
you?
assuming it's for
Exactly.
the lower half.
Ah,
Mine is Kara's fault. She ordered a gothic
Not
Eevee
only the lower.
Pokeball.
I
But
love
yeah,
the
she
Eevee.
ordered
They're
a-
so cute.
Yeah, it's 99% done. A light bulb went out in my light box, and I can't take photos of it yet. And I need to take a photo with the dome off the
no.
top first, because all the black roses and like tiny acts in it and stuff. I want people to see what it looks like without the two little reflective lights that always show up on my Pokeballs. But yeah, it's a goth Eevee. It has a little
Well,
black
actually-
bow on its tail. Oh, yeah. See if
Yeah, you sent me sample pictures of it, so I can actually do this and show off some of it.
Oh my gosh, that's adorable.
So she'll get the real professional photos, but that was here's what I came up with. What do you think?
Yeah, I was
Photos,
sad
so-
my bulb went out, because I was gonna use that as one of my photos for today and just be like, look at this, it's a goth Eevee.
Aw.
So
And what about you, Ty and Micah? Did we already cover that with the Parmesan candle? Or did
have I had any other?
That was actually just this week. So yeah, I would say
I have a bunch of animal ones that are little animals, but
Ooh.
those are more cute than weird, I guess.
yeah. Give us sloth.
No, we sold the sloth.
Mm.
We have moose. I have a moose one now. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah, they're little planters I find, and I take that. I don't use it as a planter, obviously, and I just use it for candle holders.
I love it.
I need a narwhal one to give to my sister.
I have that one.
I'll
You
have to
do?
find-
Yeah.
What
So,
This whole panel is just you three making sales to each other. I love it.
I stole it.
Right?
don't know.
That's
if
how
the
this
scent-
works, right?
I don't know if the scent even
Oh.
matters. The whole thing is, my sister called me 2 Christmases ago and was like, hey, did you know I was watching PBS with the kids, and it turns out narwhals are real. And so I put in the very bottom of her Christmas stocking this year a narwhal shaped eraser, and I was like, "There's a gift in your stocking that everybody else is going to be like, so cute. And you're going to look at it and be like, you're a jerk.
I feel like that wasn't the 4-letter word she used.
It was not.
Brandy. Brandy, actually not at my office right now, so I don't have any fidget toys with me.
I have one.
You can actually check out Kara Greenleaf Designs. Oh, fantastic. You've got one of the roses?
All right. Yeah. Say all kinds of mean things about me while I'm gone.
Yes. That really is
narwhal.
terrible.
Actually,
hold on.
I'm
Let me see the narwhal first.
and talk about the fidget toy you're getting. Yes.
Oh,
Cute.
Yeah, I had to steal him when she made that one.
That's fair. Well, maybe she needs to make another one. All right.
Well, Craylee is actually getting that toy. If you don't mind, I was going to jump in and talk about them.
Yes.
They're all chainmail. They're just made in such a way that these actually spin on themselves, and they don't lock. They just spin constantly. Ooh. So I can make them in pretty much any color, any design. And it's really fun because I actually have a client who ordered these who works with students on the spectrum and noticed that she had a huge grade jump with these kids because they could fiddle without being disruptive. So this one actually has non-latex rubber in the core, so it's a little stretchy. Plus the fact that it's all the aluminum, so it's got bright colors and it cycles on itself.
I actually bought this
Thank
one
you,
for
model.
a kid. I bought this one for a kid that I know, but I haven't found an equally awesome gift for her brother yet. So, like, I can't give it to her yet.
I'm pretty sure I know which kid you bought it for.
Oh, yeah, I think you do.
I know.
You're such a good auntie.
That would be fun.
She
I
really
have
is.
some.
All right. So let's talk about how long it takes to make your products, because I feel like people look at the finished product and then they're like, why does it cost so much? And all of you your pricing is too low for how much time you put in. I'm just going to say that right now. And I know you have to price it that way because you have to be competitive for the market. But I'm going to start with Craylee, because I know personally how much time and effort she puts in. Craylee, how much time does it take you to make a Pokeball? And talk about the work, talk about the process.
So after I have the supplies and everything that I need, like just the work on the Pokeball takes 3 days. So like I charge $60 is like my base price to sell one online. And I have had a few people be like, that's way too expensive. And I'm like, would you do 3 days worth of work for $60? And that's not counting all the shopping that I do, because I'm working in like a niche environment and stuff. And so I'm like, okay, I need something that's going to make this exact scene from the games or whatever. And trying to keep my, my supply cost low because they take so long to make. Like I'm only paying myself a couple dollars an hour really for my work. I need to keep the supplies low, but what that does is it takes more time, because now it's like, okay, I found this like green scrubby pad. It's this much on this website, this much on this website, this much at my local Kroger, and this much if I feel like buying 70 at a time at Costco. And then I have to break that down into unit prices and do a bunch of math. And like none of that really even factors into, in my mind, how much time does one Pokeball take. It's just once I finally have all that stuff, like letting the acrylic paint dry in like a really thick, like solid for just the bottom part that's white, that takes over 2 days sometimes, because sometimes my first pour, there's like spots in it that are kind of see-through, and I'm like, unacceptable. It has to be completely opaque. So it goes in there again, and then it goes on the drying rack for another day. So, and then arranging the scene inside is my favorite part. And so to make these in any like acceptable amount of time, if I get orders, what I do is it's like I do a step and there's hot glue and it has to dry and there's paint that has to dry. So while that dries, I work on a second one until I get to where all the glue and paint that I can do at once is in place. Then I go back to that one and I'm poking it and burning my fingers like, is this dry yet? is this dry yet? So I can work on the other one. But yeah, an individual Pokeball after I have all the supplies I need takes 3 days.
Yeah. So, Karen, I know this is hard to narrow down.
A very
because
loaded question.
And you make such a wide range of products. So let's narrow it down to like this necklace. How long would a necklace like this take you?
That particular necklace, it's a quick weave. It's a relatively easy weave for me to do. So that one takes me about 4 hours only. Bracelets on average, unless they're extra complicated or there's a lot of rings, we call them ring heavy or ring eaters. Like the bracelet picture that you showed, Krayley, the green. On average, I can knock out 2 or 3 bracelets in a day. But some of the ring heavier ones will take me almost a full day. Yeah, that one takes about 7 hours all told. Necklaces
So how long did
that one? It took me 3 different lunches at 4 hours a piece, so 12 hours, I think, that one ish. This pair of earrings, however, took me 2 hours to do both of these. So it really varies, anywhere from about 45 minutes for my list stuff to a month for the flag that you showed earlier. That one was, I have all the stats memorized because everyone asks me all of the time. It's 2 foot by 3 foot, approximately 36,300 rings, 240 hours of work over the course of about a year. So this was truly a labor of love. And I was actually really, really stoked to finish that in time for the concert for the band that the logo's for. But yeah, it really depends on what the piece is. A lot of my scale armor that's really big, it looks like it takes forever. I can knock those out in about a day and a half. Just because they're bigger pieces, bigger rings. But this little stuff, like this chain, took me 3 days. Because it's teeny tiny. So it really just kind of depends on how much detail goes into it, how big the individual pieces are. Bigger pieces go together faster. So, but on average, what you're looking at is bracelets 3 to 4, necklaces 4 to 6, earrings 2 to 3 hours per piece. So.
And she does a lot of shopping for her unique pieces too, like the necklace Kelly's wearing. You know, she has to like find things and then be like, do I have enough similar ones, or is this going to be like a one of a kind, one time only thing? Like we've done some craft store trips that lasted a while together.
Okay.
So Krayley and I actually live very nearby, and she actually does all of my internet and media work. She runs my website, karagreenleaf.com, because, and I think this was actually part of your job description, I can't make pretty words. I make pretty things. She was hired because when I fill out my website descriptions, it's a bracelet. Look at the picture. And that doesn't sell things nearly as effectively as you would think.
Imagine that.
So Krayley got that job. She also got drafted to go shopping with me. What do you think of this? Will this work for this piece? And I'm about to do a convention in July, and it's kind of out of my wheelhouse. It's a lot of anime and comics and Pokemon, and not my wheelhouse at all. I do Renaissance fairs. I don't do anime as much. So she got drug along. Would this work? With name Pokemon and give me colors. So that was a fun afternoon of her teaching me Pokemon.
She's gonna make a fabulous booth, babe.
So she is. She'll be fantastic.
I bought a Hawaiian shirt covered in Pokemon.
It's gonna be so crying out loud. It's so cute. It's so cute.
Oh.
That's just because I didn't get your.
So when you come to the convention, look for the crazy blonde wearing a Hawaiian shirt covered in Pokemon.
All right, Micah, how long do, and again, this is a loaded question because you make so many crafts. So Tell me how long your shirts take and how long your chairs take.
I've never even thought about the time. My first chair, the Avengers chairs, obviously took a little bit longer because my dad is actually a contractor, but I work so much that I would love to sit in the garage with him and actually learn properly. I'm learning as I go, but I clean houses during the day. I have 3 children. I have a lot. I'm a clean freak. So when I was cleaning my brushes, because I have to find the chairs, and if someone wants a certain chair, I'll actually look online, but I actually just enjoy just picking a chair up off the curb because obviously that's cheaper. But I have to sand it, I have to prime it, I have to paint it, and I like to put a couple of coats on it, depending if I'm Mod Podging it, the material on Amazon. Those Avengers made 2, possibly 3 chairs. They were $15 for the fabric. But with my OCD, I never really have painted so much. And I should have asked my dad before I did this, but I put my paint brushes that I used in a bucket of water with Dawn dishwashing liquid. And I said, "Don't shake your head. I didn't know."
I did that once too.
Yeah, we're
I
not
like how
shaking
all
our
3
head.
of us hear this story.
It's solidarity, sister.
I think we should talk about our learning experiences after this. But I sent a
I like
picture
it.
to my dad, and I was like, "Dad, why do I have all these beautiful bubbles on my paint job? Like, where did it come from?" And we finally figured it out. Obviously, it was the soap. But like I have, when the pandemic first started, I was like, okay, so this is kind of cool. I'm not tooting my own horn here, but so we're martial artists and we break boards. So this is half of one of the boards that we broke. So again, I already had this, so what should I do with it? And we're huge Harley fans, but so I was thinking the kids could hang their mask on it and I can personalize their name on there. And so this is only like 15. I already had the board, so that's just paint, and then the poor comic that I took from my husband there, and and Grayson, she paints in the garage with me in the mornings. She's my morning person, and we're making one for Penelope right now. That's my youngest daughter, but I don't know. I feel like I should get into the garage and start setting a timer now. I never think about it.
She's in there several days.
Yeah. Right now I sanded and primed about 4 chairs for an hour, and then it's just my therapy, man. I just get up super early and play some music, and everyone else is asleep. They actually, I'm blessed that they don't get up till about 10:30. But so I have them sitting there. I only have 1 chair painted right now. It needs a second coat. So I mean, I can't answer that.
A week or something?
If I have the time, which I just need to make more of it because I have 2-3 jobs, I can say I could do the chairs in a week. It's just going to have to sit there and sand it, prime it, wait for it to dry, put another coat on it. And I'm very impatient, so I'm trying to learn not to rush it too much. Does anybody else have any bad experiences? I mean, I didn't mean to on the Dawn dishwashing liquid, but it needed to be clean.
We've all been there. Well, first let's let Ty.
I'm sorry.
Ty, how long do your candles take?
Well, for Hamlet here,
I love
I
it.
made this
Best name.
around Halloween, and this took maybe a week or longer because the mold. I learned the hard way that the cheap hollowed out skull mold I found had a hole in it. So when I had it upside down pouring the hot wax into it, I noticed it was all over the counter. And she came and was like, "Why is there wax on the counter?"
No.
And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, no.
I learned I have to clog the holes with some clay so it doesn't get everywhere. Yeah, that was great. My candles honestly depend on the size of them. And I'm still learning temperature control because if it goes in too hot, it will just sink and you have to do it again. or the color isn't right, or there's no scent at all. But scrubs take me less than 10 minutes. So those are my fast, quickest ones. And the chocolate hearts, depending on what they want, it takes me a few hours.
And we tried to get her to go up on her price of her chocolate hearts because you were selling them for how much?
I was selling them for only 15.
The box itself that we find at Target was more than that. So it's like, baby.
And I make all the cupcakes and stuff because I like to bake. This one took the longest.
So I used to work at a chocolate shop, and a mold that large we would sell for an average of 30.
Yeah, I'm
keep that in mind.
But yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up. The time, you need to make sure you're charging for that for sure.
I sometimes just get in the kitchen and I realize, oh, it's midnight. Yeah, it depends on the size, really.
I think my worst learning experience was not to let my cat help with making chainmail. And that was when my box of rings, thousands of rings, ended up on the floor.
My cat likes to help.
That was about 8 hours of fixing. So he's not allowed to help anymore. He's not welcome in my office because he steals things and knocks things over. He's a helpful little kitten. I'll go with that word.
Luna likes to help.
I don't know if I could even narrow down some of my biggest mistakes because, like, I did the dish soap and the paintbrushes one time when I was thankfully younger and not like selling stuff. And it's like the paint goes on smooth and then it dries, and you're like, what are all these bubbles? And canvases aren't cheap either. I was painting on canvas at the time, and it was like once that bubble was there, even after I'd switched my brushes and stuff, like it was just always there. And then I work with a lot of hot glue, and like it's been almost 4 years. I was going to say my favorite is
hot glue is hot.
Did I send you the picture of the blister?
6 of them.
Yeah, so like
I think my exact response to you, my dear, was hot glue is hot. You know that, right?
See, you can tell.
Hot glue is hot. Needles are sharp.
But yeah, like some of the stuff that I do, and one of the reasons I can't just like get up and walk away, and that's part of the reason it takes so long when I'm working with hot glue, is I need this to get 70% cooled so I can start molding the glue. And I have an entire cup full of metal implements that are for that purpose. And sometimes I go, oh no, I'm running out of time, and just stick my fingers right in it. It's been 4 years. And so every now and then my husband will come home and I'm like, hi babe, how was your day? And he's like, are you hiding blisters behind your back? No.
Did you poke hot glue again?
No.
And
is infinitely patient with you.
It's true.
He's a good one. I approve. As your sister, your Phoenix sister. Do you all have any advice to people who want to start selling their crafts? How you started doing it? Like, I'll have Curly go first because you are a marketing genius.
I don't know if I would call myself a genius. Marketing is one of those fields where you have to stay up to date all the time. And I've been about like learning what I need for myself and for Kara and for our cosplay channel. And that's been it lately. But the most important thing I can say to anybody is you need to find your niche. You're not going to make a lot of sales, and you are going to waste a lot of time trying to market to everyone all the time. Like, you need to find smaller groups of people who you already know care about the thing that you're making and test the waters there. Because you're just going to spin your wheels if you're trying to be like, here's a Facebook post to every person I've ever met, and you're going to get like some sales from friends who want to support you, but your friends can't buy your stuff from you like 100% of the time. So you got to find like interest-based
you
group.
do.
That's the thing about crafters though, is crafters buy stuff from other crafters because
we feed each other
the work that they see, and they're less likely to complain about like your prices and stuff, but your funds are still limited because you're getting a lot of bigger income based on people who don't understand what you're worth, which is another reason you need to find those niche groups of people who care about what you make, because also that interest in the item, you know, Renaissance fair people who are like, armor made of aluminum that doesn't weigh 800 pounds. Heck yeah. And those are the people who are going to be willing to pay you what you're worth, in addition to it saving you time trying to talk to 1,000 people when only 3 of them like Pokemon in my case, you know.
Who's your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, knowing your market.
That's who's your favorite Pokemon? That's like asking what's your favorite song. You know, there's more than like 800 now, right?
No,
Who's your favorite child?
I only know the first 100. It's Squirtle. I only know the first 100. I play Pokemon Go, but I'm old school, so I went to Burger King for the toys and played the card game.
I like the Pokemons that look like horsies and the Pokemons that look like doggies. That's still a lot. That doesn't narrow it down that much.
So many.
It really doesn't. I told her to pick 10 for our upcoming convention. It took her half an hour to pick 10.
You try to figure out who's going to sell. Like you mentioned anime. My daughter and my husband are into anime, so I try to figure out what's hot and what's not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a My Hero chair in a table, so I'm all new to the anime side, but I've got the youngins to help me.
That is helpful.
There
Your
you go.
kids are an untapped resource. So
Yeah,
To help you.
right. And I've got little ones, so like you were saying, you have to figure out what's going to sell. Because honestly, I love Batman to death, but it's like you get tired of doing the same characters all the time. But who's going to buy a Nightwing? I mean, the super fan, obviously.
yes.
I think he's getting a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some days I'm like, if I have to
And
make
the
another
thing
Pikachu
too
this
is-
week.
See, you get tired of Pikachu, but that's like what they know.
It's the bread and butter. But
Yeah.
And I'm tired of Byzantine, but it's the weave that sells the most. So,
Right.
I'm tired.
but yeah, knowing your market, knowing where your audience is huge. If you're dealing with a lot of anime fans, a lot of comic fans, start looking at getting into conventions and doing in-person sales. Online sales are great, but not always right for you. The Pokeballs photograph, okay, but the person standing at the show holding the Pokeball and looking at it and seeing all the minute detail is going to shell out the money and go, wow, this is really cool. I need this, as opposed to, yeah, that's a cool picture. Next, online. And it's the same thing with my stuff. And Craylee and I have had this conversation over and over and over again. You can look at my stuff and go, yeah, that's cool, and then walk away until you pick it up. And you realize that these earrings look really cool until you realize that they weigh less than half a gram.
Oh my gosh, they're
By
so
picking them
light.
up.
Like these
I don't
weigh
even feel them.
nothing. I keep forgetting
Those
they're
are
there
acrylic
until I
and
shake
aluminum.
my head and they touch my neck.
And what hits you, yeah. And the necklace you're wearing, Kelly, I'm guessing you can't feel it anymore.
no.
It's just there.
Yeah.
You don't even
I
notice
play
the weight.
with
The only
it.
reason I notice this one is because the pendant is steel. The pendant that I'm wearing weighs more than all 3 bracelets, the chain it's on, and the earrings. But you wouldn't know that until you hold it, which is why my primary source of sales is at conventions, at festivals, at fairs, at pride events. That's one of my big sellers every year, is all of my rainbows that I make. Because rainbows, and I can make every pride flag. I can color it. Thank you. I can color code to comics. I can color code to animes, to Pokemon, to Sailor Moon. But at the end of the day, it's just a pretty pink and blue bracelet that this person might want because it looks like unicorns, and this person wants because it looks like Sailor Moon. And you know what? I don't care. It's whatever color you decide it is at the end of the day. But holding it is what makes my sales. It's that tactile sensation. So if you're just starting out and you've got something that people look at the picture and they aren't really doing anything with the pictures online, look at getting into a festival. There are tons everywhere all the time. I know in Florida, they've got a different festival in every town every single day, all year long. So keep that in mind too. Sometimes in person is your better bet. The website's nice, but in person is where your money is.
I agree. Also worth noting is a lot of your earrings have logos on them. So superhero, Harry Potter.
Yes, I can get those too. I can get those scale etched.
Oh yeah.
So there's a company that actually does a lot of laser etching of the bigger scales that I use that are about the size of your pendant, that I can get pretty much any logo put into them for earrings, bracelets, necklaces, what have you. So that's another niche of its own.
Yeah, those are fun. Those are really fun.
I think those are actually in the giveaway basket that you're doing.
Yes,
if I'm not
there
mistaken.
is a pair of Superman earrings in the giveaway basket. Thank you for donating to our wonderful cause.
Yes.
Those will be featured
Shameless
in
plug.
the video. Shameless plug. Yes. You know what? And I'm gonna piggyback on my own question, because even though I'm not selling a craft, I am.
Yeah.
I've got other stuff I'm promoting. Always promote yourself. It's not conceited.
Yep.
It's not like you might at first it feels really weird. It still feels weird, but always talk about what you're doing. Tell people, hey, by the way, did you know I do this?
Wear my own. Yeah, I wear all my own work. If somebody says, "Ooh, that's a cool bracelet. Thanks. It's for sale. Here you go." For the right price, you can buy this off my person right now. And then I'll go home and make a new one.
And you may feel like you're talking it to death and people are getting sick of it, but like my podcast, I'm still going to people like, yeah, you've probably seen my posts. You're probably sick of hearing about it. And they're like, no, I didn't even know you were on a podcast. So obviously I'm not talking about it enough. Or my Patreon. Like,
I didn't.
Hey, Kelly, I'm going to say bye because I have to tag Clip out. He's got the little one. So, but I'm going to leave.
Oh, yep.
This one. Thank you
Clip,
guys for allowing us to come play. And I'm definitely learning. And I will definitely get with you on the chainmail.
Wait, Micah.
Lightweight.
Yes.
Micah, before you tag out, where can we find your stuff?
I am on Facebook. I'm not an Instagram person. That's where the young people live. Facebook at Grayscale Designs. I like Instagram, but they crop my pictures and it makes me so mad.
It's so annoying. I am fighting that bell. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to play with us.
On the next panel.
Thank you.
Yes, yep. All right. This is a good point in the panel to start going into where we can find you. So Ty, where can we find you?
Well, I'm on Instagram. This is the picture at Bunny Pictures. She actually did the vinyl on here. I'm also on Facebook. It's just me, but it's not under Ty because that's just what I go by. It's under Tiana Riley.
Mm-hmm.
If you're confused on how to spell that, just add Anna to my name.
Easy enough.
But yeah, I'm on. This is the profile photo for the Instagram. It's like bunnies _ mixtures. And I try to stay. I'm pretty active on there. And there's a no cat hair guarantee with my stuff, no matter how much he tries to help.
I'm sure people with allergies appreciate that very much. And Karen, where can we find you?
Everywhere. Technically, I have a Twitter. I haven't used it in like 5 years, but I have one. Anything.
Please don't ask me to manage
just
your Twitter.
I forget it exists. So no. Kara Greenleaf Designs. Instagram, put periods in between the words. Facebook, you can Kara Greenleaf Designs, or you can actually type in facebook.com/Kara G Designs. My website is karagreenleaf.com. All the Karas are spelled with a C, Graylee. With a C. She likes to spell. Okay. I don't know why, but she does.
Because your real name is
but
Karen,
pretty much
but
everywhere.
you know.
Yes.
Oh,
Business name is Kara.
hold on.
So
This is I don't know if you can see it very well, but this is my Facebook page. You probably can't see
Okay,
it very well, but
perfect.
that's what my stuff is.
Thank you. Feel free to comment it, Ty, when you log off. Comment it on the video, and I'll pop it up.
Because a lot of people struggle to spell my legal name.
Yeah, your mom did a number on you.
I mean, we could start a club.
Poor
Or
Crayley.
you could just go through my mom. She promotes my stuff a lot.
Yeah, very true. And Crayley, where can we find you?
Awesome.
I do most of my stuff through Facebook right now. It's facebook.com/Pokeballs by Crayley. And there's no like accent on the E or any of that. Just Pokeballs by Crayley, Crayle. So
Just remember, poke balls, poke the balls. Don't actually poke the balls. That could hurt someone. But now you're not going to forget it. Now you're not going to forget it.
I mean,
welcome.
the balls that I make, actually, you can hold them, flip them upside down, and shake them. But if you poke it, it might roll
Just saying.
and fall off the surface, and it will break if you do that. So
Don't do that.
If you're poking the
will not
balls,
replace
I make weird armor. I'm just saying that. I will take any custom job you want to pay me for.
And she won't even talk about it. She will sign an NDA.
Well, I won't sign one, but I'll be discreet. But you have to sign it yourself.
I am so curious now.
Oh my goodness.
My brain is filling in all kinds of blanks. Oh, Ty,
In private conversation, I will fill you in. In
Don't
private.
worry, I'm 19.
Ty, I'm so glad you're over 18 now. I will still.
My shirt's an adult joke. If you can catch it, it's 2B saying boo.
I love that. Yeah.
They're boo.
I found it at a
Please.
Goodwill.
They're adorable.
I'm sorry. Ty,
Actually,
I will
the
always...
website is Tea Turtle. I love them.
Don't worry, I'm in college.
I know, Ty. I will always picture you as a little tiny black canary that I met years ago. I'm sorry.
I'm almost 20 now.
I know. That's what happens when people are old. I know you're an adult though. I know, and I'm so glad because yes,
That's okay. Crayley's still 14.
Yeah. Before we go, Crayley and Karen, do you want to tell the story of how you two met? Because it's a funny story. Or is that not something for the air?
I'm fine.
Okay, so
Karen,
that
are
is
you
actually
okay
not
with
the
it?
first time we met.
Okay.
Sure. So the backstory here is her dad was actually one of my very first customers and was buying a necklace for her. And he and I hit it off. We met for dinner so that I was 19 or 20 at the time. So meet in a public place, weird guy I've never met. We met on MySpace. We've never met in person.
He is a weird
so
guy.
I was being careful. He is. He still is. I like him now. But it was one of those, I was being very cautious. We met out in public and had dinner. We hit it off, and he and I were going to date, and and then everyone, you've got to meet my daughter. Okay. Expecting 7, 8 at the oldest. And then I met Crayley, who was 14. And you want to take it from here, dear?
Yeah, so she but it's like, so my dad met this woman, bought some jewelry, it was cool, and was like, okay, I'm going to leave you alone with her for 6 hours now. And I was like, okay, I guess. Like, he'd never left me alone with a stranger before ever.
I was confused too.
I was like, why are we being like set up on a play date right now? And so, but he walks out the door or like into the other room. I don't even remember if he was gone yet. And she turns around and she's holding 2 knives for some reason. And I like panic and I grab both of her arms and I twist her arms in. And now this knife is pointed up and in towards her. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, well, now I know what you would do, I guess.
I don't have to. If anyone's going to hang out with me, knives are going to be involved, so I need to know that you can handle yourself. And he came back after abandoning us together for 6 hours, yelled at her for writing her own name on a piece of duct tape and sticking it to her leg, at which point she looked at him and went, that's not me. Kara wrote that. Is it that's your handwriting? Oh, that's just creepy. Now I can't like sisters. That's weird. And that became a regular thing. He would just abandon her at my house for multiple hours at a time for apparently babysitting, I guess. I don't know. And she became my little sister. And I didn't need a teenager just hanging out in my apartment, but there you go.
I agree with your mom, Ty. You do look beautiful. Well, Karen, I don't know if I've told you this, but before you and I met, Crayley told me this story, and she's like, but don't worry, I don't think she'll pull a knife on you.
My college friends did not realize you were the same person.
Is that how
from all
I'm
these
introduced
different
forever
stories.
now, Crayley?
No, it's different things for different people. But in college, so I'd be like, yeah, I have a friend who has a pet pot-bellied pig. Yeah, I have a friend who the first time I met her, she turned around and pointed a knife at me, and I turned it back around on her. Yeah, I have a friend who, and I would just put stories in there until finally, after about a year, my fencing group was like, is this the same person? And what's funny is after each story, they'd be like, that friend sounds like a keeper. So your nickname to my college friends was The Keeper when they found out you were all one person.
Well, there you go.
That is the stuff of legend. And this is a great note to end the panel.
I don't like to brag, but apparently I am one.
14 years later.
I agree.
Has it been 14 years already?
All right.
It has.
Ty, thank you so much.
Now I feel really old. Thank you.
You look beautiful. I'm going to drop you all out. Crayley and Kara or Karen, you both look beautiful too. I'm going to drop you guys out and then give my spiel and bring in our next people. Ty, is your dad coming on the same?
I'm not sure, but I think so.
All right, we'll figure it out. So thank you again. Thank you all. And also thank you to your mom. Thank your mom for me. So
Yeah,
thank
they're
you guys.
watching.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. All right. So thank you everyone for watching. And I just want to give a big thanks to the podcasts that have made this celebration happen. This would not be happening without all of these people behind these podcasts. And just to remind you, this convention is free and it is also a fundraiser. We're still at 665, so please consider donating. We've got some great prizes to give away to some of our lucky donors. You could also enter to win the prizes by going on social media of your choice. So I'm going to play this video to let you know about our the charity that we're here for.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello again. It's been so long. I'm sure you missed me, or you're probably sick of me by now, but too bad. Okay. So, this panel, we're going to talk about some of the B-list characters that we adore. And I am going to bring in at least one of my panelists now. And I think my other panelist is coming on or getting ready in the green room. So, first off, I'm going to bring in the marvelous Clyde Hall, or as I like to call him, my Uncle Ted. Hello, Clyde. How are you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound
Hello.
loud and clear.
Okay.
Thank you for joining
All
us.
right. How are you doing?
Good,
Thank you for
good.
having me.
I am excited for this panel.
So-
And then,
Are you niece Kelly or are you niece Dinah? That's what I got to know.
yeah, you have to decide that. We haven't worked that out. Normally, you just call me Kelly,
Okay.
but I'll take whichever. People call me kind of Canary or Kelly or Dinah interchangeably. And looks like, okay, Cliff, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Looks like they're still getting ready. So, Cliff, are you good? Well, yeah, I'm gonna bring. You know what, Clyde? I'm gonna have you
Just come on in here.
I'm gonna have you introduce yourself while Cliff is setting things up. Yeah, because he had to share the camera because I accidentally scheduled his wife's panel back to back with his. So poor Cliff. So Clyde, who are you? Tell us about yourself.
Okay. I am an independent author, and I'm also a comic book reviewer. I've done that for several years now. I'm one of the panelists on Comic Book Spectrum, which is part of the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. I'm seeing all the messages now.
Yeah, I love them.
I have been part of the I have been part of the Superman celebration down at Metropolis a few times, where my wife and I played Ma and Pa Kent. That's where we met Kelly for the first time. So we cosplay a bit. During the pandemic, I managed to take a long-time love of writing and get published. So now an independent author too. So I collect old toys, and one of my characters today, we'll talk about that a little bit if we get to him. And Kelly and I have we have done an episode of the B-List Boosters because we both have deep and abiding affection for some characters that they're not the Last Son of Krypton, and they're not the Dark Knight, and they are not a wondrous warrior from Paradise Island or Themyscira. They are support players, and they pop up only occasionally, but we always love when they're in the spotlight. And that's what our show today is about, right, Kelly?
Exactly. And it looks like Cliff is ready, so I'm going to bring him in too so we can introduce our other panelists. Welcome, Cliff.
Hey.
I'm so glad to have you here. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, I don't have as cool of an introduction. I'm Cliff Riley. You guys met my wife and daughter a few minutes ago. We're a family of nerds.
Which is pretty excellent.
I cannot remember a time in my life where I did not read comics. I'm that old generation before the internet where sometimes your only friend were your comics. And I have a great love for most things wacky with comic books. Mainly because the first comic memory I have is of the Flash fighting a gorilla turned Hawkman. So, I really am glad to join you guys because it's as hot down here in Mississippi as it would be in Metropolis. So I feel like I'm there with y'all anyway.
It's super hot up in Wisconsin. I'm like, what is going on? Why is Wisconsin trying to make me feel like I'm in Metropolis? It's been in the 90s.
The heat index is 105 today.
Okay, you got me beat.
So yeah, I'm glad we're doing this through here.
Me too. I love your background. You've got delightful toys.
Yeah, this is what we call the room.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
The other side is full of comics, but they're not organized, so you can't see that. No.
That's all right. The last time Carlin was on screen, he just had his long boxes in the background, and we have termed him a dragon who hoards books.
Not that far off. I have
Delightful.
48 long boxes that are not organized at the moment and may fall and crush me.
He died doing what he loves.
I'm waiting for the zombie apocalypse, and I'm just going to build a fort out of comic boxes, and that's just where I'm going to be.
That is
Now the real one, not the easy mode we had last year and this year.
Yeah.
If they're zombie comic book collectors, they will respect that, and they will not try to overturn the boxes and get to you. That's very clever.
Exactly. And my lovely wife and daughter y'all met have already been told there's not room in there for them.
I have already decided that when the zombie apocalypse comes, I am just going to be a zombie because I am not made for apocalypse scenarios. So if I bite anyone, I am sorry, but also you have my permission to shoot me in the head. I have told my...
I know I'm the dude in the movie who gets eaten first every time. So I'm fine with that.
Apparently you have drawer boxes and we cannot figure it out yet. Your wife is laying your secrets bare.
Yeah, she got them for me for Christmas one year and apparently didn't get all the pieces I need. So like the rails that go on the inside of it.
Oh,
so they're kind of like compressing. So they're sad drawer boxes.
See, I'm still relatively new to comic collecting, so I mostly have short boxes. I have a few.
Yes, we have to organize my collection a little bit better of stuff that needs to be read. We started doing what we call the douchey art boxes. You know, the ones you can buy at the store that's got like Harley Quinn or whatever on them that they charge more for. And those are the only things you could see right now. So,
yep.
Yes.
I have one of those, which has a PSC sticker that I embellished with. And then I have a couple downstairs that have like one has Superman and one has the X-Men.
Yes.
So, this one was like generic comic book fun. So I figured it could use some PSC embellishments.
Exactly.
Again, I'm just self-promoting like a mother this weekend. Like, why not?
Go for it.
All right. So why don't we start this off? Because we have quite the list of characters that we are going to be covering. So who wants to go first?
I bow to the guys who are more experienced than me. So.
All right. Clyde, which character do you want to talk about first?
Let's talk about Wildcat.
All right. I have a little visual image of Clyde as Wildcat, which I just love.
That's my wife as the original Red Tornado as well. That was our cosplay one year down at Metropolis.
Another B-lister. Mm-hmm.
Another B-lister, but both wonderful characters. Wildcat came from DC's Sensation Comics #1, January 1942, created by Bill Finger and Erwin Hassan. Hassan had worked on and helped create Green Lantern. And Bill Finger, we found out more so later on, now he's accredited, but for many years was not, as one of the ghostwriters for Bob Kane. And I somehow came across that information early on. So that helped cement Wildcat as, here's a guy that created a lot of the Batman mythos that we didn't know he was a part of. And here was his own original type character of Wildcat. It amped up Wildcat's coolness factor to me, even though he's quite different than Batman. They're both street level kind of heroes. Basically, Theodore Ted Grant, his father raises him. His father was a very studious man and a very humble, peaceful, gentle man. And he suffered for it. He was bullied a lot. So he brought his son up to be strong. He got him into athletics. He did all sorts of sports with him, and made sure that he could defend himself. And he was also smart like his father. And they got him enlisted in college under a pre-med program. He wanted to be a doctor. But his father died halfway through his college education, and the expenses from his final illness depleted the family funds, and he had to quit college. And in college, he had been part of the college boxing team and was an up-and-comer. He was very good. But then he was basically consigned to working the docks and menial labor. And one night when he was getting home from work, he saw a mugging taking place, and he beat up the two guys that were mugging a fellow. And the fellow turned out to be Soccer Smith, current heavyweight champion of the world. Smith took Grant under his wing, found out about his background as a college boxer, promoted his career, got him started as a professional boxer. They were best friends. And it came down to the time a few years later when Soccer Smith and Ted Grant were the two main contenders. You had Soccer Smith as the champion, Ted Grant going to be a contender. The people representing Smith wanted a new champion, so they decided to take any guesswork out and place a lot of bets on Grant. They put a poison needle in his glove. It was supposed to be just knockout drops, but they overdid the dosage for an older man like Soccer Smith and killed him. So the fight judges find the needle. Grant is charged with homicide and taken off to jail. Skinner and Flint decide to make sure that they tie up all the loose ends, so they arrange for the paddy wagon to crash and kill everybody on board, except Grant's a little tougher than they expect, and he escapes. So now, wanted for murder, on his own, on the street, having killed his best friend, Grant comes across a couple of kids reading a comic book, and it's Green Lantern. And they're saying, this is a new mystery man. He's our favorite. And he's a real guy. These are just comic book versions of his exploits. And it gives Ted Grant an idea. And he decides that he will become what they have labeled him in the ring. He's the wildcat of the boxing circuit. So he borrows a costume from a costume shop, and he becomes a giant wildcat. And as this mystery man, he goes about clearing his name, bringing Flint and Skinner to justice. And a little while after that, he became part of the Justice Society of America. Wasn't a forming member of the group, but he did join before the end of their classic run. He showed up when I first saw him. He was with Batman in Brave and the Bold a lot, and every time that he was, I just loved him. He was always a down on his luck former heavyweight champion boxer. He and Batman made a good team. They're both very street level characters. He taught Bruce Wayne how to box when Bruce Wayne was finding all the best martial artists in the world. Ted Grant is where he went to learn how to box. Then they began to have crossovers with the Justice Society of America and the Justice League, and I got to see more of my buddy, Wildcat. Then I learned about his origins here and secret origins. And eventually, they had a few series, Batman and Wildcat, Catwoman and Wildcat, just little mini-series to kind of keep his name out there. And then came the day when they decided they would revisit and update the Justice Society of America, and he was one of the old guys that signed up. He's a mentor to younger heroes, which makes him a hero in my book too. And when the JSA title started in 1999, he was a part of it. With JSA number 10, he came into his own. This was, 35 years in the making to see him really portrayed and written well. He is nursing a broken arm. He is naked in a bathtub, soaking in the Justice Society headquarters by himself. The Injustice Society breaks in, a team composed of metahumans, all younger than him, to steal something. And he's the only one in the way, so as Johnny Sorrow, their leader, says, he's one man in an Egyptian cotton bath towel. I think you can handle him. And he's wrong. They go to school. Ted Grant takes them to Crime Fighting 101 school and beats the snot out of meta-humans, not meta-humans, all of them. They do manage to steal their item, but basically Johnny Sorrow has to collect them all up and transport them out of there because they're done. Thanks to one guy dressed up as a giant cat that has combat experience that goes all the way back to 1942. That's why I love Wildcat.
I love that. Like that pretty much sums it up.
Mm-hmm.
So Cliff, I'm going to give you the floor if you want to pick one of your characters to tell us one of the characters you chose, why you chose them, why you love them.
All right. Well, when you originally approached me about this, I was going to go with one of my favorite characters, Wally West. But I kind of figured for something like this, if folks listening to this don't know who Wally West is, they don't need their nerd card anymore. So I wanted to go with someone in the Flash family, but it actually piggybacks off of Clyde. I'm going with Jesse Quick.
Yes!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. Jesse represents two of my favorite things about DC. Legacy, because she comes from two legacy heroes. And family, because before I knew a lot about her, I found her in I can't find my Mark Waid collection, but my Mark Waid's Flash run, which, no offense to anyone else, is the best Flash run done. My wife cosplays as Liberty Bell also. I just saw the comment. Jessie is the daughter of two Golden Age characters, Johnny Quick, at the time, no offense against him because I really like the character, a third-rate Flash wannabe, and Liberty Bell, that I fell in love with both characters reading the All-Star Squadron. And you first got introduced to Jessie in the first attempt at reviving the JSA back in 1992. And she was just kind of your generic character. No offense against her, but she was just, oh, hey, here's a girl. And then Mark Waid really picked up the ball with her in his Flash run. And she was everything that, the way she was written and the way the entire Flash family was written was just, it was everything you would want in a female character. Then when Mark left the book, they kind of drifted away from the family. And then she got picked up in one of the second or third revival of the JSA, where she actually adopted her mother's legacy and was Liberty Bell for a little while because she had lost her super speed. And so she represents two different heroes, and she got married to another legacy hero. She married Our Man's son, Rick Tyler. And then eventually the less read and less loved James Robinson Justice League, she was picked to be their speedster. And I just always liked Jessie's character because, unlike a lot of characters in comics, especially in that 90s through modern times, she wanted to be a hero. She liked the fact that she was a superhero and could help people and wasn't just sad every other day about something. And she was a girl Flash that also had super strength, so what's not to love about her? Plus, we can all cosplay as different parts of her family.
All right. So let's just see. Curly has something. There's nothing not to love about that. Like, family cosplays. Your family does some awesome cosplays, which
If you knew how much stress went into getting the little ones ready, you just
oh I believe it. Like,
The 100-page super spectaculars that introduced me to Wildcat right here also introduced me to Johnny Quick right there.
Yes.
And when you said Jesse Quick, I'm like, yes, that is such a. I always loved him more than the Flashes back then because he had his formula.
Mm-hmm.
I thought his costume was cooler. He flies. He's the only speedster that can actually fly.
Yes.
And I've got to look at your. I got to see your pictures off camera sometime because those looked awesome. Those cosplays of all the Quicks. That's beautiful, man.
Oh, thank you.
Such a cool family.
That's off.
Hi, daughter.
I just love your family.
Somebody has to.
Oh my gosh, Willow. We need to see this, Willow. Like,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I should have asked you to join in. Like, Willow, you're welcome to join in and talk about your love of any B-list character if you want. So Clyde, I'm gonna have you take a turn next talking. Hello, Miss Willow.
There she is.
I added a bow tie.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love that. I saw your Instagram. I love that you were like, yeah, I just was doing steampunk, but everyone was like Zatanna. Yes, it's Zatanna.
It works.
You look adorable and everything.
Thank you. Go ahead, Clyde. You were saying something.
Okay, so Clyde, I'm gonna throw it to you again and have you talk about the next character on your list.
Okay, I'm ready. My next character had 5 entire issues of his own comic title, and that is it, except for some Moonstone revisionist versions. And he actually started off life because of this guy over here. Early 1960s, a idea man for toy companies named Stan Weston went to Hasbro and said, have you seen how much money Barbie's making over there at Mattel? And they're like, yes, we have some things to compete with that. And he goes, really? How about we start a doll for boys? And the idea was pretty much poo-pawed, and no one wanted to do this until he said, we'll make them soldiers and we'll call them G.I. Joe. It's a whole market that nobody's cracked yet. Well, Hasbro went along with it, and before long, you had all the major toy companies coming up with their own versions. You had Mattel's Major Matt Mason, Man in Space, as an 8-inch figure, astronauts. You had Marks with the Best of the West, Western and Night characters, and all of the cavalry soldiers, the Native American figures, all based on history. And then you had Ideal. Ideal didn't really have anything in this ball game, although they were a very creative company and they did really good quality products. They didn't have a horse in this race yet. Well, Weston, being a very smart fellow, did not go into buying his own toy company. He went with the money that he made off of the G.I. Joe idea. He bought into a licensing. He created a licensing company. And then, 1966, with Batman being a huge hit on television, he went to Ideal and said, hey, are you tired of not having an action figure for the boy toy market? And they were. He said, I got a deal for you. We've got a guy that we can make. He called him Captain Magic. Eventually, he was called Captain Action. We can make him look really spiffy and cool like this. His physique, very nicely molded. If you put a Captain Action outfit on G.I. Joe, he looks like a Wayne Boring drawing. If you put him on this guy, he looks like a superhero because the physique is much better as far as the sculpting. So he came up with this idea for this Captain Action figure. He said, the thing is, he can be all of the things that the other companies, he can be an astronaut. He can be Flash Gordon. He can be a superhero. He can be Superman or Batman or Captain America or Sergeant Fury. He can be the Lone Ranger. He can be the Phantom from the comic strips. He can be all of the things to compete with all of your competitors in one figure that has all these different accessory sets. You know, you can turn him into this guy with just a mask and a different costume, which it's all profit when you can sell costumes and sets to go along with your figure. Ideal really liked the idea, so they said, yes, let's greenlight this. And but then they said, oh, wait, we got to have all the licensing for those. King Feature Syndicate, DC Comics, Marvel Comics. I mean, licensing is going to everybody's going to want a cut of this. And he's like, I've got Leisure Concepts as my company. We already have licenses for all those. No problem. So you have Captain Action. Never will happen again, but at a time when, you know, all the major comic book companies and other interests got together and had a hero. 1 year in, they're making Dr. Evil figures and Action Boy figures, and they're expanding the line. They want to make accessory sets for Captain Action, his basic figure, because they don't really have a story for him or anything. He's just Captain Action. So they go to DC Comics, and they plop the idea down in the lap of a young man that was writing for them named Jim Shooter. And they said, okay, here's what we want. We want this guy. We want to be able to show the Silver Streak car that they're selling. It was a first comic book tie-in with a toy company. We want to show the Silver Streak car, his super amphibian mobile. We want to have Action Boy in there so they can sell Action Boy figures. It's just one big ad, basically. And even had in every one of them the 9-in-1 action figure, Captain Actions, all the different guys you could become. In every one of those issues, they had copious, almost house ads. So we need you to come up with an idea for this guy. And he's like, well, do you have any idea what to make him or anything? Well, you can't use all these disguises. He can't be Flash Gordon, not in a DC book. Don't do that. Okay. He's got to be his own character. Okay. So they said, also on the cover, we'd like it for him to be telling Superman to back off. He's got this all under control. And Shooter was like, oh my gosh. Okay. So he comes up with Captain Action. And there he is telling Superman to butt out. Number one. Okay. So you've got, he comes up with this concept that is very much like, it's very much like Captain Marvel, Shazam now at the time. The Elders of Apsu are actually aliens taken from the Thor kind of, we're not really gods, but everybody in ancient Earth thought of us as gods, so we kind of let them believe that. We all have amazing powers. They had left coins behind as they, apparently once humanity got to a certain level, they were no longer allowed to interfere. Like, you know, they hit the prime directive time and they had to leave. They had to be hands off. But they endowed these magical coins with some of their abilities so that if a champion was needed, he would find these coins and he could defend mankind. As luck would have it, Clive Arno, archaeologist, uncovers these coins on a Spanish dig of a place that's got all the ruins show all of the parts of Roman architecture, Egyptian architecture, all the great cultures of the world are displayed in the architecture of this place. He finds these coins, and he finds out when he picks one up, it's the coin of Vidar. Suddenly he has strength, super strength, almost like Hercules. Vidar is the god of strength in Norse mythology. So, I believe. So he found out each of these coins is imbued with a power, and he can carry 3 of them at a time in his belt, and he can use all those powers. Okay, so this is the concept. As a little kid, when I got that comic book, I glommed through encyclopedias to find gods that had interesting powers because this just excited me as a character. This would be awesome. And I went to the library and looked up things in mythology. And I wanted to see a Captain Action story, although they used some really good obscure characters, gods of rain and things in the initial story. I wanted to see things like having him get control of Loki's 8-legged spider horse. That would have been a cool power. Dionysus' regeneration and resurrection powers. The things of Sapone, the god of poxes and illness. Terminus with his cursed stones. Kalfu, who could control night spirits and evil malign beings. He could control them. And I thought this just has so much possibility. So the first 2 issues, we have the origin story that sets him up with Action Boy. He gives his son Carl as Action Boy coins that he can use as well. And by the 3rd issue, Shooter's done, and they hand all the writing over to Gil Kane. And it's beautiful art, love it. But the first thing they do is they change it so that Dr. Evil, his bad guy action figure over here, destroys his lab, and destroys a bunch of the coins, except for the 3 that he's got on him, and they're fused together, and they are the powers of Zeus with invulnerability, Hercules with strength, and Heimdall with super senses. That's all they can be. They have one other coin that didn't get destroyed, and it's Mercury's coin, so Action Boy becomes like Kid Flash. And for the next 2 issues, that's the kind of power structure that they have. And then the toy line ended, the comic books ended, except for a few revisits where they try to make him into like a super science, super spy guy by Moonstone Comics, a crossover with the Green Hornet, which was another one of the costumes you could buy. Except for that, he disappears.
Curly's question.
Yeah. His undergrad
What do you
degree,
think Dr. Evil's undergrad degree was, Clyde?
I don't know. Maybe minor malfeasance. I'm not sure. A minor in malfeasance. But Captain Action ends up being one of those deals. He didn't make it into like Chrysler Infinite Earths because Carl Arts and Carl Enterprises owned the trademark. Ideal was still a toy company. They owned part of the trademark. So it's kind of like the Barris Batmobile. We could make Barris-like Batmobiles, but we couldn't really make a regular Barris Batmobile in comics for a long time because there was a rights issue. Same way with Captain Action. Every time it was brought up, we could carry on with him and we could revive him. In fact, one guy in the 70s made a very good pitch, and it was green-lighted originally, and then they went, wait. It could cause us licensing problems, so no. And they just dropped it. So that version of him with all of the different gods and the coins still excites me. It's sort of like Captain Marvel, the original Captain Marvel, the Shazam character, expanded. And I would love to also, it was a great learning experience. I learned all about different cultures, mythologies as a kid, just because of that character. So that's why I love Captain Action. And he also collects his action figures. So
I love that. And I am just going to also show Micah's comment. She got very excited when Willow joined us and was like, a girl, like
yes, I am very much a comic book nerd.
Yes.
Anything specialized like that, Firefly, I'm also known to go into any comic book store and spend hours on the floor just going through the boxes.
Yes.
So yes, I do dress up in costume. There's my Phantasm. I'm still in the process of reworking everything, but yeah, the mask was actually pretty interesting to make. That is a Slipknot mask. That was the closest thing that I could find that looked like the Phantasm. And then I painted it, and the cloak I got, I used, a Hobbit cloak, and just sewed it together and cut it up. There's my Dazzler costume,
Nice.
somewhat makeshift. I got a lot of flack from the artist because I didn't have the disco ball skates.
no.
Oh, wow.
Apparently, I missed that detail on the shoes, not to make them disco balled. But no, I have a lot of fun with the cosplays. Of course, Harley Quinn is a popular cosplay that a lot of people have done, and I've done several different versions of her. I try very hard to stick to more of the obscure costumes or costumes that I haven't seen too many people do. I do want to do a Mad Moxie costume.
Ooh.
That's just Borderlands is a fun game, but I don't see too many Mad Moxie costumers out there. So, and I know that I could pull it off. I also do Elvira as well.
Yes.
So yeah, that's my spiel. That's what I do.
All right, so Cliff, I'm going to give you the floor again so you can talk about the next character on your list.
All right. I'm going to do one that's most people probably have heard of, but I don't know. I've always, the last few years, loved this character, mainly from where they went compared to where they were. And that is, I'm not cool enough to own the first appearance, but Catman.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Catman. Just in the Silver Age, just your generic Batman villain. So we have a Catwoman, we have a Catman. And that was basically all he was for all. And wow, that is a tremendously odd looking cosplay.
You pulled it off.
And he was a Batman villain for a long time. And then after Crisis, he went away for a little while. And like a lot of the more not Joker Batman villains, he kind of became the butt of a lot of jokes for a lot of years, to the point that when Brad Meltzer got a hold of Green Arrow, he became an overweight shut-in with black hair that everyone made fun of, to the point that apparently Mala from the Masters of Evil ate him at one point. And then you fast forward to 2005 when they were getting ready for Crisis, Infinite Crisis. And they had a little book called Villains United that they wanted Gail Simone to write. And Gail was very excited about writing the book. And she goes, "Oh, cool. I want to write Deathstroke." And they said, "No, you can't write Deathstroke. We're doing something else. Listen. Oh, well, let me write the Joker." "No, you can't write the Joker." And it went on. And finally, she just grabbed a list of the bottom of the barrel supervillains and said, "These are the guys I'm using." And it was Catman, the third Ragdoll, a random parademon, Deadshot, and a character that she created called Scandal Savage, which most people now know as the Secret Six. But because of how the transformation that she put Catman through in there, he went from an overweight shut-in with black hair to what people don't remember, but before Infinite Crisis was over, everyone was convinced that Bruce Wayne was going to die and Catman was going to take over Batman for a little while, all because of the strength of how well she wrote him. And I just fell in love with the entire concept of this goofy, lovable loser character that got his time in the spotlight. And Secret Six is my favorite guilty pleasure comic. I can pull it out and read it over and over again. And Catman's also apparently he whatever the superpower Dick Grayson has for girls just really loving him in the comics, Catman does too, except everybody wants to make babies with him. So I've always liked the concept of this not Batman who is he's a lovable loser, and that always spoke to me. So yeah, I really like Catman, and he doesn't get enough love, especially because people just make fun of him. And my oldest, who most of you guys have already met, she used to watch a cartoon called The Fairly Odd Parents on Nickelodeon. And Adam West did a Catman character, which was a spoof on Batman. And a lot of people associate the Catman character with that too. But I've always liked Catman. And you said B-list, and you don't get more B-list than Catman.
And we have a question from the audience. When is Cliff going to cosplay Deadeyes from Legion of Superheroes? Asking for a friend. Who may be Chris Jowers.
Well, that all depends on the next time I get some alone time with Chris Jowers.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Clyde.
I have a question. I've got a question for Willow.
Okay.
on your Dazzler. Now, did you do the eye makeup? That looked amazingly good.
I didn't do the eye makeup for that for that convention, but I do my own makeup.
Right.
A woman, a body painter named Kim Brennan, who is an award-winning body painter and henna artist. She does an amazing job. I go to her booth almost every time there's a convention, and I'm like, I slapped down $40. I'm like, do me up.
Yeah. Oh, that looked great. I was impressed. In fact, I would like to see a bigger, like a close up of the face, because that looked.
Yeah.
From the picture you showed, that was beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. I got one right here. I'll post it up right away.
Excellent. Okay. This is the benefit of having someone on the panel. Nope, I got to point this way. I'm still not used to the mirroring. Who is way better at StreamYard than any of us.
It takes a little bit to get used to everything, but once you actually learn how to work it, it's yeah.
Oh, goodness, that's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
Love
thanks again to Kim Brennan and her amazing art and her body paint. Fantastic. I did the lawyer version of
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk, thank you, brain fart. She did my body paint for that as well.
I cannot wait for that show on Disney Plus.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So Clyde, I know that I'm going to go kind of out of order because I really want to make sure we get to this. Cliff, sure. I want you to talk about Jack Knight because I have a little surprise loaded into StreamYard that I want to talk about. But I want you to give your Jack Knight spiel first, and then we're going to talk about my thing that I have loaded into StreamYard for Jack Knight. So talk about Jack Knight.
Jack Knight, Starman. It's one of the few times in comics that I actually saw something that I did not like. And something about it I went back to it and decided, I was a little unfair. Let me give it another try. And I was so glad I was wrong. Because my first exposure to Jack Knight was in the oftentimes forgotten 0 Hour event from DC Comics. And Jack is the son of the original Starman, Ted Knight. And he did not want to be a hero. That he didn't like all that fancy stuff in your costumes. And so all the promotional art that came out from it showed him with no costume on and talking about, a change and all of that stuff, change is better, blah, 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 blah. And I'm such a dork. Costumes are the first thing I look at with most characters. And I was like, oh, well, screw this guy. He's not wearing a costume. And then a few years later, I was like, well, I keep hearing all this great stuff about it. Well, let me see. And I am so glad I did because 1 year for my birthday, Micah, my dear wife, gave me the entire omnibus of all 6 volumes of Starman, which doubles as a way to bludgeon someone to death if you ever need it, because they are so heavy. And I think I read all 6 volumes in like 2 days. It was, I fell in love with Jack Knight and Opal City.
Did you plan that, Cliff, the Cosmic Rod?
No. See, we were rearranging in here and someone keeps coming in and putting stuff where it's not supposed to be, not saying who that may or may not be. And apparently she put that there.
Well,
but yeah,
she did good.
I fell so in love with everything about Starman. The series was so great. And the journey of Jack Knight, remembering what his father represented and being a hero, and everything that is great about DC Comics is in Starman. The legacy, the history, the weird, wacky cities that these people live in, family. DC, I know no one is listening, or Warner Brothers or whoever. You want a property? Take all 6 volumes of these and just film it. You don't have to do anything else to change it. It is great for people who have never read a comic book before. It is great for if you've been reading comic books 180 years. It's just so great. And Jack is just such an awesome character because he's a collector. He's like most of us. He's just a giant nerd, and he just happens to get to become a superhero. And it's just, I cannot say enough good things about it. Jack Knight is probably one of my favorite characters that is not someone I grew up reading. And if you haven't read it, what's wrong with you?
All right. So, first things first, we have Kim Brennan's Body Paint Facebook page. And then this is why I wanted you to talk about Jack Knight, because so I did a Drunk Comics episode with a friend of mine who talked about the that Starman omnibus, and she was like, yeah, he's never going to appear in live action. And then my friend Andy Mangles, who is a comic book historian and writer, posted these pictures of behind the scenes of Stargirl. What do you all think?
Oh my.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That looks neat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It looks a lot like Jack Knight. And Stargirl, her cosmic rod is shaped like Jack Knight's cosmic rod already. So he was speculating, Andy was speculating that it is Jack Knight. And he's like, yeah, the people on the show, this is not an accident. So
and James Robinson is one of the producers. So,
yes.
Boom. So that's my little surprise for you, Cliff. I didn't want to tell you about it. I wanted to get your reaction and see what you thought.
I'm going to have to watch Stargirl season 2 now.
Yeah. Yep.
We had sworn off of it because it went to the CW, and I'm boycotting the CW. So.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been kind of staying away from DC TV shows. I can't do the teen dramas.
CW, we don't have time for my Arrow rant. I say that every time the CW comes up.
With me, it's mainly more of like, they only have a budget for like 2 people on the show. And Stargirl was so good.
Yeah.
It had a budget.
So good.
And then when I heard it was going there, I was like, oh man, Stripes going to look like a toaster oven again.
I'm so nervous.
Yeah.
But Micah begs to differ. She says you love Stargirl, which season 1 was.
Yes.
It was
Chef's
good.
kiss.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still have a little time. Clyde, you still have another character on your list, right? Or did we?
I have a little character. I got a perfect little character. Won't take long at all.
Okay. Really?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the screen.
Okay, so if you think Captain Action is a obscure character, I got a Marvel character. Want to be fair? Let's do a Marvel character. I got a Marvel character that got a whole 2 issues. Now, there are other Marvel characters that didn't get very much, but this one I really like the concept. I kind of wish he would make a comeback with some new writers and revisit him. There was a show called Once a Hero. Now, this is after Marvel has made some inroads with television, with things like The Hulk over on CBS. They were part of an effort to make a show in the 80s that was, they had a lot of say in. There was a scene with Stan Lee even in it. And it was called Once a Hero. And the concept is basically this. This older comic book writer is he's getting fired because he hasn't lived up to the new concept of comics. He doesn't do dark and gritty, and he's just outlived his usefulness, and they're going to retire him. He's been throwing in the same storylines for the last few years because he's just worn out. And meanwhile, in another dimension where all of the fictional heroes that we know are real, in a town called Pleasantville, which is where his hero, Captain Justice, resides in the comic book. Captain Justice, once again defeating evil, suddenly recognizes this storyline's been done before. He's fought this adventure before, and there's also this imperiling danger on the frontier of his dimension. And he goes into what's called the Forbidden Zone to see if he can figure out. He just feels this great disturbance, this great danger. And he manages to break through the fourth wall, and he crosses over into our world, into the world of his creator. So they adapted the pilot with 2 issues, Captain Justice 1 and 2. The only thing is, once he gets to this world, and I figured that they did this about the same time they were doing The Greatest American Hero to kind of try to build on the comedic aspect of a superhero. When he gets over here, he doesn't have any powers because in our world that wouldn't work. Physics rule. So he couldn't do all the things that Captain Justice. He's basically a Superman analog, and over here he's got nothing. Well, another resident from the fantasy world is called Gumshoe, and he is a hard-boiled detective from like the 50s comics, and he loves Captain Justice. He reads Captain Justice all the time in his world, and he notices that he's gone, so he crosses over thinking he's going to need help. So the 2 of these fictional characters try to make it in the real world, and it's a good test to see if all of the attributes and all of the truths that Captain Justice stood for, with all the powers of gods, can still be maintained if he can still hang on to those values in a world where he's not invulnerable and he has no superpowers. I think it went for 6 episodes, 5 or 6 episodes, and then it was canceled. And of course, they never did it anymore with the comic book. But and now this concept has been done before in several issues of different companies and stuff. But at the time, it seemed unique. This show had a certain amount of appeal. Robert Forster played Gumshoe. I always like watching him. And he's also playing a very Sam Spade type character and just chewing up the scenery. Very Hamish kind of performance. So Captain Justice is a character that I would love to see brought back at some point, even for just a little limited series, to see what they could do with it with a really good writer and a modern perspective.
All right. That sounds good. And we are out of time, or pretty much out of time. Do you all have anything else you want to say about B-list characters and why we love them?
What drives me nuts is when they bring in characters only to kill them off, like right away. Can we not do that?
We have enough trauma in our real life.
They do that quite frequently with the X-Men.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's like,
and if you've got a character
bring this character in, and then we're gonna kill him off. Sunfire?
Yeah. And by all means, you big companies, if you've got a character that you've already made and he fits or she fits the profile of a character in a team or a new book, please use that character. Don't make up a new character. Go back and use some of the characters that we've covered today are characters that have been around for a long time and would benefit from us shining in the spotlight rather than make up a whole new character that, like Willow says, oh, we brought in the super strong guy because we don't have any of those. And sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. There's just this. There are some characters that I really like, and then it's like they'll have like a nice stretch, and then it's like, oh, we're gonna kill them off in the next comic. No,
right? I hate that. What about you, Cliff? What do you want to say about B-listers?
They're more interesting than the mainstream characters most of the time, and
yep.
Honestly, the entire Marvel and DC universe is not made up of Gotham City and New York. You can look further than that. I'm not the biggest Marvel fan in the world, but I've always praised the fact that Marvel decided they were going to make a cinematic universe and they couldn't get any of their top characters like the X-Men and Spider-Man, but they did it anyway. I don't think DC would ever have the guts to do that if they couldn't use Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, even though I think most of their other characters would be bigger hits on screen.
Agreed. Clyde, your wife has such a crush on you.
Somebody has to.
What I always like to say is that the reason DC's movies fall down because they keep going with Superman and Batman is because those characters come with so much baggage where everyone has a live action favorite version of those characters already. And they also have so much baggage that they have an idea in their mind of how that character should be, and that character is just so big, it looms so large that you're setting yourself up to fail. Whereas with Marvel, like you said, they didn't have the fact that they didn't have access to their big name characters was kind of a boon to them. So if DC would do that and just go for their B-listers, it'd be like printing their own money. They have so many good characters in the B-list, like, that could find an audience. Like, if you get directors who are able to tell a good story and be passionate about these characters and be true to these characters, like, because when Iron Man came out, everyone was like, Iron Man, that alcoholic, that Wow, Cliff, you are the belle of the ball. Look at all the fans in this panel. I'm living for it.
My wife and my second husband don't fans.
You know what?
Hey, Cliff brought up Jack Knight and all of Opal City. And, you know, anybody that holds up Bobo Benetti and all of the cast of that series is great B-list characters. We can be friends, Cliff. This is
thank you, sir.
Awesome. That's one of the best. This is one of the best explanations of what is right with the Starman run that I've ever heard anybody proclaim. And thank you for including that.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I enjoy being had.
I love that. All right, so Clyde, where can we find you? And first of all, I'm going to throw this up. This is your award-winning book that you are a part of. Congratulations!
Thank you, thank you. And yeah, first time out, getting into a publication. The group is Stormgate Press. www.stormgatepress.com for new pulp. Please check them out. Pulp Reality 1 is out now. Pulp Reality 2 just came out. And as Kelly said, Pulp Reality 1, my original character called B-Man had his first adventure. And that first outing as an anthology, won Best Anthology from the Pulp Factory Awards and Best Cover. So very proud of that. You can also find both Pulp Reality 1 and 2 on Amazon for sale right now. You can also find me on Comic Book Spectrum every Thursday night at 7 o'clock Eastern and 6 o'clock Central on YouTube, or we have a Facebook under Rising Tide Broadcasting. And we do a weekly comic review. We do 4 reviews of a comic that's come out within the last month. So please join Brian K. Morris and me and Brian Rodman and Eric Hawkins as we explore all of the comics you should be reading if you're not.
I love it. What about you, Willow? Where can we find your delightful self?
Oh, I'm all over social media. I call myself the social media socialite. Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I know there's some MySpace out there somewhere with my name on it as well. I also am the program director for Hanging with Web Show. I'm host of Willow's Pillow Talk that is on pretty much random nights whenever I have a chance to host it. And I'm also co-host of Reels and Heels on Saturday afternoons.
All wonderful things. Clyde, are you anywhere public on social media, or are you just a mystery man?
Oh, am I what now? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Or not Clyde. Oh my gosh, I told you guys this was going to happen. Cliff.
Cliff,
are you anywhere public on social media? I am sorry. The CL long day. Cliff, are you a
I
mystery
think
man?
you and I are now friends on Facebook.
I know it took you like a year to accept me. Thank you for that. I feel special.
I'm
Are
on
you a mystery
Facebook.
man on social media, or are you anywhere public that people?
I'm more of a lurker. I'm every once in a while on there. You can follow my lovely wife on Facebook and at Grayscale Designs. My daughter's Bunny Elixirs.
Bunny's Mixtures. Okay,
Mixtures.
I don't
knew I was
feel
gonna
so
mess that
bad
up.
that I screwed it up too.
And if you really are bored, you can go to DeSoto Taekwondo's Facebook page and go to our Zoom classes, and I can yell at you for 45 minutes.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. I want to do that. That's
yes,
awesome.
we the pandemic forced us to not have in-person classes, so we started doing Zoom, and we still have it going because we realized we had some students who, even without the pandemic, couldn't be there because of health. So we do classes on Zoom. I like them because I like yelling at people. So
sign me up. And as Micah said, you are truly knowledgeable. Thank you for joining us. Thank all of you. I am going to drop you out because it's time for the next panel, and I'm trying to get us back on track time-wise. But I really appreciate you three. Like,
thank you.
Fun.
No problem.
And Will, you're going to be coming back in a minute, anyways.
Yep.
So the next, and I'm going to, and then I'll do the spiel. All right. Well, I just want to thank, again, the podcasts that have made this whole weekend possible. We really would not be here without all these amazing podcasts. And just a reminder, I'm going to pop Kristen on screen. Hi, Kristen and Lauren. We are at $690. We're getting closer and closer to our goal for the Actors Fund. It's so exciting. And I'm just going to play this video so you all know why we're here.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
Welcome back. All right. This is the Kick-Ass Women of DC. And I shamelessly used one of my old cosplay group photos instead of risking just taking some art that wasn't mine for that. So that's why. And I am going to bring back the lovely Willow. I am going to bring in Lauren. Welcome back, Lauren.
Hello.
Bring in Joe. Kristen, I'm going to bring you in. I'm not sure, Kristen, if you want to be on screen for the whole time. You are welcome. You have admin privileges, so you can drop yourself out if you don't want to be on screen for this. But this panel is kind of your baby, so at the very least, you should show off that awesome shirt. But Kristen has not been on screen much because of her internet's kind of iffy, so she worked her butt off for this whole weekend and hasn't been able to play with us on screen as much as we would like. But we love you, Kristen. All right. So this panel, I did not send you out. All of you ladies agreed to join, and I did not send out any sort of structure. We're just literally going to nerd out about.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the way I roll. We're going to nerd out.
Wheels right off the top.
Yeah, we're going to nerd out about the female characters of DC that we love. Also, I'm not going to be mad if we bring in some Marvel female characters that we love. Like Lauren before about being bisexual and loving both. I am not bisexual personally, but we can be bisexual about comics here. Or pansexual, whatever.
Oh, that's me. I'm pan. I'm pan when it comes to the comic books.
This is good.
I like all the good comics. I just read whatever, basically.
Yeah.
Like I say, I'm more of a Marvel fan, but I don't think I've read one of the major Marvel comics in like 5 years. I got really mad about some editorial stuff. So lately I have been reading more DC.
I recently read a very new Marvel comic from a writer that I love.
Talk if you want, okay? If they ask, I have to sit down. Okay.
Hi, Lauren. Okay, so I recently read a very new Marvel comic for a character that I love, and I was very
Okay, I wasn't
disappointed,
sure.
you know.
It's because
Okay. Even though it was a writer I love and a character I love. So
Yeah.
sometimes that happens. Sometimes it be like that.
Yep.
All right. So let's go around and introduce ourselves. So Willow.
I am Willow Schuyler. If you guys hadn't heard the spiel from the last panel, I am Hanging with Web's program director, Hanging with Web Show TV. Yeah, I do all those really cool little posters that promote everybody's podcast during the day. I not only promote Hanging with Web Show stuff, I do the Rising Tide broadcast stuff, and even Back of the Cereal Box because I'm affiliated with them as well. Wow, I'm just I seem to be a really busy person, but I like to keep myself busy that way it doesn't drive me nuts. I'm a barista part-time, I guess, full part-time, whatever. But yeah, I'm mostly on social media because that's where my life is.
Love it. And let's see if I can unmute you, Lauren. Lauren, if you want to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, you're welcome to, but you don't have to. Hi, Lauren.
I wasn't sure it's long because.
There you are.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Oh, you know what? We'll check back in with Lauren and Kristen later. Okay, Joe, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi. Oh, crap. Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Joe Arianis. I am a art director and designer by day and a massive nerd by night. What else am I supposed to say about myself? Oh, my Lord. I helped just start a new nonprofit that is bringing martial arts to children in disenfranchised areas and who do not have the financial means to study martial arts to improve their health and life.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's been my baby for a while now. And otherwise, cosplay is fun. And yeah, that's it.
I love it.
Sure is.
And I just realized there are two Laurens on the panel, so I'm going to call you LW on the bottom because that's easy. That's what you go by in Twitter.
Yeah, that is in fact my professional name.
So we're going to go by LW because otherwise.
Okay, LW. Okay.
There we go. Okay, so LW, introduce yourself.
Hey, I am Lauren, aka LW Salinas. I am a voice actor, audiobook narrator, podcaster, TTRPG streamer. What else am I? A lot of stuff, lot of stuff. And you can find all my stuff at lwsalinas.com if you're curious. And yes, I love all of the nerdy things.
Yes, I love it. All right, Kristen's Lauren. I'm pointing the wrong way. Feel free to say hi and introduce yourself. I think you are on a little bit of a delay. Technology. All right. So yeah, she's frozen. You know what though? It happens. Oh, and we lost them. Okay. So what I'm going to do is kind of similar to what we did with the B-list panel is I think we should just go around and each pick a DC character, female character that we love. So who would like to go first? and just like give a little spiel about why you love them. How about I go first? And I'll give you okay, so I'll give you 4 times, or give you 3. I cannot count. It has been a long day. It has been a long weekend so far, and it's only Saturday, but I am having a blast. So, best weekend. But I can go first because my answer is always the same, and I'm going to bring my laptop up to show off my canary shelf.
Ooh.
You all knew Willow's seen my canary shelf on her show.
I will be right back.
Go for it. All right. So, anyone who knows even a little bit about me knows that I have a canary collecting problem and cosplay problem. So, there she is. I apologize for the shoddy camera work, but laptops don't make the best portable cameras. So, Black Canary is my girl, and I feel like she is probably the second best well-known character, female character of DC, aside from Wonder Woman, if you don't count Supergirl and Batgirl as being like part of the Super and Bat family. Those are, oh my gosh. Those are a lot of if, then, what. So, yeah. Yes, Ryan, you did miss the V-List panel, but the replay will be on YouTube, or is on YouTube, will be on YouTube. Yeah. So, Black Canary has been around for quite a while, long before she was Green Arrow's girlfriend even. She first appeared in the Flash comic book, and when she first appeared for that first issue, you didn't know she was presented as possibly a villain. And then you found out that no, she is not a villain. She actually is a hero who is undercover. And so she's a hero undercover as a villain. And at first she did not have the sonic scream that she has today. And her backstory is delightfully dicey, filled with retcons. She is her own mom due to the retcons. There's all sorts of gnarly comics history where the first version of Black Canary 1.0, after her husband died, she crossed over from Earth 2 to Earth 1 and started dating Green Arrow until the comics editors realized that, oh no, based on the timeline, she is way older than him, and that just is not acceptable. So then they had to retcon it so that the Black Canary who was dating Green Arrow was actually time travel / alternate Earth problems. Yes. So they retconned it so the Black Canary who was dating Green Arrow was... I have to remember because this is just... It makes my head explode to think about it. So it was Dinah Drake Lance's daughter, Dinah Laurel Lance, that she had her mind magically scrubbed of the fact that she had a daughter, and she transferred her memories into her daughter because that is not creepy at all. All because some editors thought that an older woman dating a younger man was not acceptable. So then when we did the post-crisis reboot, we got actually a really, really lovely mother and daughter legacy, which you never get. You never see a mother who gets to pass down her legacy. And that's the main reason why I love Black Canary, which unfortunately that legacy has been erased again because, reboots. And then Black Canary is a hero. I'm sorry, I'm taking up so much time, but
it's okay.
She's a hero who gets to be feminine. She's a freaking florist, which again, we lost that in the reboot, but she's a freaking florist who absolutely is feminine, but she also could kick everyone's ass, and she also is a car girl and does work on her own motorcycles. And so I just love that she gets to be all those things, and she's not one of those heroes that's like, ew, girl stuff, that's not for me. And like, to me, that's stuff I love about a female character. And she also gets to be caring, and she gets to be the mom friend, and like all of that stuff. Just, I love it. So who would like to?
I can go next.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was going to talk about Kate Kane, Batwoman, but I was really thinking, and what I can really, because I didn't read many comics growing up, so I used to watch Batman the Animated Series, and Harley Quinn grabbed my attention there because, hey, she's funny. She's, just this bright character. So I grabbed onto that. But the older I get, the more I relate to her in like more recent comics. She's somebody who went through basically absolute hell, whether or not part of it was self-inflicted. And she's come out of it with a deeper understanding of herself. She's still kind of like learning, managing, that's what I was going to say, managing life, divorced from the Joker. And I've really, really liked all of her stuff. She's this character, she's brilliant, but she's irreverent, and she has hyenas for pets, and not gonna lie, I would absolutely love that. But she's funny. She's been through horrible stuff, and yet she's still funny. And of course, her being confirmed bisexual in both the movies that came out and in recent comics, things like that, it means a lot to me. And it's just, she's kind of the power fantasy I want without having to go through any of that. Just fun and chaotic. And I like that.
I love it.
They're very much in your corner there, Lauren. You know what? I pretty much like all of Batwoman stuff. Well, Batgirl and Batwoman. I don't know, just something about it's like I love Barbie. So anytime that there's a Barbie of a superhero, I have to buy it. So yeah, no. Batgirl has always been one of my favorite characters, right from the 66 Batman and all the different versions of her. Kat Kane recently, with her bisexuality and making that a huge thing as well, resonates with me as well. And come on, the outfit, like.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it. So I'm just going to address these comments really quick. So Ryan says, dang, I passed out for about an hour. Just woke up. I'm sorry. Did I just hear she's her own mom? And yes. I responded to him, yes. And by the way, if anyone watching or any of you ladies have not watched Casually Comics on YouTube, that woman is a national treasure and everyone should watch her. She is so entertaining. So if anyone knows her, I need to meet her and like get her on comics, by the way. But so she's got a video called The Confusing History of Black Canary that covers that crackiness really well. And like, yeah, I cannot say enough good things. And then Ryan also says, at least that Black Canary origin is right up there with Shatterstar is the son of Longshot, who's a clone of Shatterstar, who's the son of Longshot. Yep. Yeah. That is
Marvel has a way of like making it like timelines so convoluted.
Again, comics.
Timey wimey wibbly wobbly.
Jeremy Bearimy.
Yes. Good plays. Oh, I love it. So what about you, Joe?
I mean, so I wasn't sure. Again, like didn't get anything beforehand to know how to format everything, and so I was like,
sorry.
Am I just going to talk about Wonder Woman? Do I need to pull out Zatanna? What about Catwoman? What about Poison Ivy? What about Harley? What about
It's okay to love them all.
so it's like all the badass women. There's so many.
Yep.
Because at any point in DC's history, like they will work to make the female characters amazing, and then in classic DC fashion, they'll just be like, oh, retcon, never mind. So that aside, I will take up the mantle, and like Wonder Woman's my girl, even with all of the trauma, all of the drama, and my cat being a fool next to me.
Hello, Kitty.
Like she still is such an icon and a powerhouse, and just like I think of like the classic themes and archetypes around her to be like, yeah, I still hold her as a mantle of like something I strive to be, that femininity, that strength, loyalty, understanding, patience, all of that. Like I need that in everyday life. And I appreciate that even though she was originally made for the 50s or in the 50s and a response to so many things happening then, the creator, I don't want to use the phrase forward thinking, but he was definitely outside the box for the time and imbued the original idea of Diana, daughter of Themyscira, Wonder Woman, with so much forethought into like how life should and could be. And we're still struggling with those themes today with what is being written about Diana now. But she's still such an icon that it's hard to bring up badass women in any kind of pop media without mentioning Wonder Woman. It would be a disservice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's why you brought me on here.
Yep. Because you did fabulously on the Wonder Woman panel that we did in January. That was so much fun. Which, by the way, you should also talk about what your expertise is in Wonder Woman.
Oh God. Okay.
Please do.
I technically have a degree in comic books, and to get that degree, I had to write a history thesis on a topic, and I chronicled of all of the renditions of Wonder Woman, all of the characters who've held the mantle of Wonder Woman, who encapsulated the original concept of Morrison the Best. Wow, sorry. And dissect. And my conclusion within that paper was that George Perez's rendition of her encapsulated everything that he was wanting out of it, but was not allowed to write about at the time that Wonder Woman was first introduced to the comic world, because of the beauty, grace, how those storylines were written, that love and justice really prevailed above everything else before the violence, before coming guns a-blazing the way other characters do. And she was a balancing force for not only the Justice League, but then the world that was established after one of the many retcons. But yeah, so it was definitely something that I came out of that class, and the professor was like, I learned so much. I did not know these things about her, so thank you. So yeah, that's why I can ramble about all of the Wandies as much as possible.
Yes. And I'm gonna promote my show right now, because if you all haven't seen Joe's episode, Wonder Woman episode of my show, watch it. It's so good. Also, Lauren's Batwoman episode is really, really good too. Even though I was so tired, I had to keep putting images over my face because we talked. Lauren and
we talked for so long.
Yeah, sorry about that. So
I mean, I'm not complaining.
It was so wonderful. But yeah, so we didn't start recording till like 1 a.m. So then I'm editing. I'm like, wow. Oh, which show? Drunk Comics on the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. My other shows are hosted on Back of the Cereal Box. which are also or other show spoilers. And then I sometimes drop in on the Saturday morning show. But yes, so and then Willow is going to be coming on Drunk Comics
eventually.
At some point. We need to make the schedule work. Like, I'll get you eventually, lady.
Yep.
Maybe you just need to come to this.
If you want someone to come on and talk about Far Sector, I just finished it.
Ooh, yes. And Willow, maybe you need to come to Wisconsin and go to the castle filled with wine and cheese, and then
yes,
Drunk Comics.
Hello.
Like, hello. We have a castle filled with wine and cheese in Wisconsin. It is literally heaven. I gotta say, it's a tourist trap. It is a tourist trap that, as a local, I love. Like, I'm like, every time I'm anywhere near it, it's only an hour from my house, and like I'll take a trip out there.
Is it the Mars Cheese Castle?
Yes, it is. Did you just Google it?
I just Googled. Yes.
Oh, it's delightful. It is everything they promise on their website. Carl is up for it. Road trip. Come by me. This was my selling point to get people to come visit me.
I live to eat, so.
Kristen, you are so cool. Everything I learn about you is so cool. Like, on Eris. Wow. That's why your Twitter has Eris. Eris is awesome. Like, all my friends are like super interesting, and I'm like, why are y'all friends with me? What?
Because they're super interesting too.
No, I'm a trickster goddess. I've just tricked you all.
That's still interesting.
Look, that's interesting. Yeah,
true. That's it. Yeah, there was imposter syndrome. I'm getting us off topic because it's been a long day. It's all good. But so the way to cure imposter syndrome is there's this tweet talking about, you just tell yourself whenever you start to feel like that, you're like, I am a trickster goddess. I have tricked my way in here. And so then whenever I start to feel like an imposter, I just go, I'm a trickster goddess. And because I kind of look around at people, I'm like, I don't belong here. I'm like, okay, I'm a trickster goddess. And then I feel empowered again.
There you go. Yes.
I love that. Fake it till you make it. Yes.
Yeah, that is way better than my version, which is, well, here's somebody in this field that, got published, whatever. And I don't like it. I think it is bad. So at least I'm better than that. And that is, it's not the best attitude. It's really not.
It's still valid.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do that too, though. Like, sometimes you figure like, well, if they can get recognized, then I'm not doing so bad.
Yeah, if Tommy Wiseau can put a whole movie together,
Very, very true. All right, so we still have time. So let's.
Hey, I'm sure superheroes have imposter syndrome too. Oh, so I'd like to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, because you mentioned that, and like it technically, and I think I even mentioned this on your show, is technically my favorite badass woman is Donna Troy, because that fine woman right there keeps the entire universe going because she has a fucking I'm sorry.
It happens.
She has a freaking star map on her costume that leads to like the orb of everything. Like, and that's like, caveat to my thesis was that if Donna was not meant to fulfill that role of like allowing the freaking writers to retcon anything, she would have been a better person upholding the mantle than even Diana, which is sacrilegious, but I go into the reasons why in that. But I appreciate the struggles that Donna has been through, much like Harley Quinn. And I gotta say, I love that you brought her up, because especially in the past few years, pop media has latched onto Harley to be like, she's actually a really strong character that authors had not been spending a lot of time on. And then they're like, well, we should make her for little girls. Wait, how do we make her appropriate for little girls? Oh, well, she needs to empower herself. That's important. Wait, what happens when you start empowering this abused character? She heals from it. Well, what does that mean? And it's just
Exactly. And that's one of the things that just in the
it.
past, I don't know, 10-ish years, like I've always liked Harley. She's fun. But then you start reading like, oh shoot, my brain is mush. There was you just start reading her comics and that actually focus on her having an identity that's not the Joker's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, because the thing is, you don't get taught in media very often what happens after you have like a severe disaster, whether it's in a relationship, professionally, personally, whatever. And it's, you see it more in like media for older people, but for like a younger, teens, preteens, whatever. So it's important to still, tell those kinds of stories. And that's one that I'm really glad that we've been getting. It's okay. So you found yourself tied to this person so utterly that your identity has been subsumed by them. And now you're leaving them. What do you do now? To which the answer is like date poison ivy.
Yeah.
Adopt lots of pets, join a roller derby team, which again, wish fulfillment. If I tried to roller derby, I would just break into a billion pieces. So I am not allowed, but I really like it. So yeah.
Collect stamps.
Yes.
That would be a boring comic though. I'm sorry.
I'm sure there's something you can do.
Oh no, that turns into like a spy espionage thing of like going and finding the most rare stamps around the world. Like I could make this work. Let's do it.
I thought of
Kristen suggests knitting.
The most rare patterns.
Come on, I feel like Oracle would have some kind of weird hobby like that.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Actually, I want to read a comic about a character that knits and collects stamps after.
As a knitter, I'm here for this.
I love it.
Look, Madame Defarge knitted.
Those
knitting
needles.
is metal.
Those needles, you could do some damage with those.
We should come up with a comic book where it's like, a pandemic. What do superheroes do during the pandemic?
Oh my gosh.
Crime
I
is
would pay
I'm bored
to see superheroes picking up weird hobbies.
Okay, so that makes me think of Crayley and I last year for our Patreon. We, doing cosplay photo shoots was kind of a challenge. So we actually did superheroes during the pandemic, and that was like my favorite photo shoot that we did last year. It was literally just around the house.
I want to see Batman try a sourdough starter. Like I want to see it.
Oracle tracking down rare misprints on stamps and coins. Like, give me.
Yep.
And Kristen says superheroes would deliver vaccines during the pandemic.
Yeah, they would, but
hell yeah.
Yeah, but also you can't be on all the time. So I feel like
I'm up in Canada, so I can see Captain Canuck being like all gung ho about helping the homeless and all that, up until it like gets to the point where it's like
eating bagels in the Batmobile. So we brought up Oracle a few times. Can I just do a little spiel on my love for Oracle? Like, I know, Willow, you talked about Batgirl, but I want to talk about what Oracle means to me because, oh my gosh, that we're talking about recovering from trauma and rebuilding, and that character is so special.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this was not, DC did not plan this. They did not. This was mostly John Ostrander, and I actually had a chance to talk to him about how much it meant to me and how special it is that he did that. And we had like a really nice chat at the Superman celebration a few years back when he was a guest. And like the fact that comics had a character who was a superhero and then was paralyzed and didn't get magically healed, and was just a badass. She was more badass as Oracle than she ever was as Batgirl.
Yeah.
Like, she was Gambit.
Right? Thank you. I'm so glad you put that up there because
I would so subscribe to that. Not just because Rogue's one of my favorite characters.
My very first ship before I ever knew what that was Gambit and Rogue.
Wow. Yes. But just the fact that Oracle is this story about the superhero finding, and like there's some really well written arcs where she's learning how to adjust to life in a wheelchair and she's learning that her value and her worth in the world is not tied to her physical abilities. And like oh my gosh.
Yeah,
No,
that's again something that maybe society doesn't really prepare you for, is you can become disabled at any time. I am not on the life path I thought I was going to be. And it's not something you have to handle with, the best grace out there. But Oracle, taking all of this and then turning it into something positive, not something that she's doing because, oh, I am in a wheelchair, woe is me. It's, well, I'm really good at this thing. Why don't I try this?
And she was a flawed character, and she did not just put on a happy face. Nope. And that was even better.
Yeah.
Like, she was angry. She went through the range of emotions. But, okay, so your opinions on Starfire.
Oh, I'm such a bad fan. I'm really only familiar with her through Teen Titans Go, but I love her there so much.
Oh, Starfire. Oh my gosh.
I need to read more with her. I need to go back and I need to read again those comics, the original ones where she becomes Oracle, and I need to go back and read the George Perez version of Teen Titans.
Oh
and
gosh,
yeah,
sorry.
I need to go do that.
So good. It's
but
so
there's only so many hours in a day.
There's his Teen Titans run was still brilliant, and I get wishy-washy on like which version of Teen Titans I prefer. Like, of course, I'm going to go with the one where Donna is part of the founding members, and then like got retconned. But the original Teen Titans show, I gotta say, I'm okay with it because of how they treated Starfire in that one. And it's
haven't
like
seen that one either.
She's such like I cannot watch Teen Titans Go. Like,
I am an almost 40-year-old person who deals with my anxiety and depression by watching really weird kids cartoons.
Okay.
So Teen Titans Go was like my serotonin after I got fired. It was like that and Gumball, and
I've been rewatching Sailor Moon Crystal. It's fine. Like, fine.
There's nothing wrong with that. I like that.
Yeah, like it's either like my go-tos or like some classic animes, or I go to the BBC Musketeers show. Like, don't judge me on that. I don't know why I love it so much, but I do. It's a thing.
This is a judgment-free zone.
Yeah.
You're talking to a woman who obsessed for many, many years about the Mighty Ducks cartoon.
I remember that show. I think that was what introduced me to Jennifer Hale as a voice actress.
And so this is Carlin because Little Ginger loved Teen Titans Go.
Okay.
Yeah, just to point this out for anyone who doesn't realize, lots of people have admin access, so they're all showing up as Phoenix Sisters. So everyone is a Phoenix Sister this weekend. We are all part of the Phoenix Sisters family. It is delightful. And I think this is also Carlin saying you cannot have a good story without trauma
and conflict. That's how like you get growth and everything. So I'm sorry, jumping back to Starfire, what is so fascinating about that character that doesn't get shown in Go, as far as I know, and is barely touched upon in the Teen Titans animated show, definitely gets discussed in Teen Titans, especially like when they've been doing it for a few years, is that she was kind of like a sex slave on her planet, and she runs away from her family essentially to be like, I can't deal with this anymore. I know I'm a princess, but should princess be doing those things? And like, and they deal with that trauma, and like people come after her, blah, drama, but they don't quite shy away from that topic, and they delve into it, and it definitely informs habits and tics that she has. And it's interesting because there were redesigns done with New 52, and there was pushback for it because of how Starfire looks.
I
Mind
remember
you,
that.
like, there was other designs. I'm like, that's some bullshit. But again, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be cussing or not on this?
I mean, it is more of a family show, but
I
it
apologize to
happens.
moms and dads, little kids. You did not hear that. Auntie Joe is bad. But with Starfire in particular, I was like, I'm not going to harp on that one because, one, she's an alien, different culture. Two, she was technically a sex slave when she was horse poop. Yes. Two, she was a sex slave, and like their culture is completely different. And so what she's wearing is indicative of where she comes from and who she is. And so, I mean, like, yes, scantily clad, like, disproportionate, like I will have problems with that. But the costume itself, like, none of, like, the only time she's appropriate is when she's in cartoons specifically for kids.
Yep.
And I haven't watched that. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead on the comments. How do you feel about the live action Starfire? I haven't watched the live action Teen Titans because of the nonsense they pulled with Donna.
I have it on my list. I have not watched it yet. I'm trying to finish Black Sails, and I keep I'm 4 episodes from the end, and then I start watching 90 Day Fiancé and binging that for good feelings.
That's a heavy show. It's good, but it's
so
heavy.
Good.
Yeah. Well,
I'll watch Black Sails with my husband every now and then when he has it on, so it's not bad. I haven't been watching it from the beginning, so I'm completely confused.
Yeah, speaking of loving characters who overcome trauma. Yes. Apparently, I have a type.
Well, scrolling back through the comments, this is back to Rogue and Gamut. May they live in happily wedded bliss forevermore. Agreed. Comic book marriages don't often last, but I'm rooting for them.
I remember that was a big deal a few years ago with the whole Catwoman Batman thing.
Ugh, for real.
Yeah,
they weren't allowed to get married because Batman can't get married.
Yeah, apparently there was like that whole like, no, the Bat family can't be happy. This is why Kate can't marry Maggie, and it's. But guess what? Things can still be good if people are happy.
I have such a stink face about this.
Yeah.
Because how many times do they try to pull off weddings, and like it's just
they like do the big lead up to the wedding, and then
it's
happen.
Like, psych. You know what? Don't play me like that. Like, this is like, is this some kind of like alternate gaslighting thing? Like, I'm done with this. Let them get married and do the dang thing. Like,
it's like in wrestling, if somebody brings out a cake or if there's a wedding thing, you know somebody is going through that cake. And in comics, if somebody's planning a wedding, it's not going to happen, and we're all going to be sad.
Yeah.
Well, and it's frustrating because so many writers, and this is not limited to comics, but they have this idea that the story gets boring if people get married because it's a happy ending.
Yep.
And then you're done. But that is not the truth. Life is very interesting, even for married couples. If you know, it's like, do these writers not have happy marriages?
But at the same time, not all your characters have to end up with each other.
Yes, exactly.
That
like,
too.
don't force a relationship where it doesn't need to be. And this is why I don't actually like Dick with Starfire. But it's because like my classic ship is Dick and Donna.
See, I'm Dick and Babs.
See, I don't mind that. I did mind when Babs like had that fling with Bruce. That's like a level
ew,
like,
bad. No,
thank you everyone for that, because I was like, that's
friend,
not Oedipus. What's the other one?
Electra.
Yeah, that's like Electra Complex coming out like in a really weird way that I like Babs and Dick, fine, you're your companions, kind of siblings, kind of not. Like, I get it. Tap it and move on. Cool. I don't think Dick Grayson was the best for Babs. She was probably pretty grounding for him. Like, I'll gossip about comic characters' relationships all day.
Speaking of comics
feel like-
bugbears, writers, any potential comic writers, current writers, whatever, who are watching this, notice how when we're talking about our favorite characters, it's not they hate men and only like punching. We like characters that are well-rounded. This is what strong means. It's not like grr strong, it's strongly written.
Yeah, you have this internal strength that shines through. Yeah.
It's also not write a male character and then just flip the
slap on some
genders.
boobs.
And that is not feminist. That is not forward thinking.
It's the whole, you just write a person.
Yes.
And this person happens to be this gender. And this person, because of their circumstances, has these things that they are going through.
Like, right, legs tighten and squirm across America at the mere mention of Babs and Bruce. Like, does anyone like that ship? No.
Apparently the writer, but I don't. But I know there's some fanfic, but I don't read it.
I mean, there is fanfic for a lot of
there's fanfic for everything. I would read Hagrid and Dobby again before I read that. I say again. It happens.
I have the same aversion to fanfics as I do with superhero porn. I can't do it.
See, okay.
I
don't know about y'all. I love fanfic because I like seeing voices that don't, have as much. Okay. Again, queer woman here. A lot. And fanfic helped me be okay with that idea. Because the only bisexual person I had ever seen in media growing up was Karen from Will and Grace. And let's face it, that's not the healthiest portrayal. Even though...
I didn't know she was bi.
Okay, in the
that
original
explains
run,
so
she
much.
wasn't.
She's a terrible...
In the most recent thing, she's like, no, I'm straight. And everyone got really mad. And she's played by a bi actress as well. But... it's interesting for me to see, like, again, like I was saying, you want characters who are people. You find this little moment that you connect to, and you have the space to explore it. And characters who maybe have not met yet, or if they were meeting under different circumstances, it's like, what would that be? One of my absolute favorite things to read now is Bat Family fic. I just really like found family as a trope.
Yes.
And it helps you, you can see the softer side of Bruce in those. You can see, characters dealing with trauma in those. And I find that magical, and it's not all about the porn, although I'm not going to say no. I just really like to see characters being people.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have time for that in the movies. So Lauren would like to know our thoughts on Dreamer. I'm not familiar with Dreamer as a character.
Is that the trans character from Supergirl, the TV show?
I
stopped watching Supergirl by then, but I really like the actress.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Kristen. Yeah. Okay. So I rage quit Supergirl because I really hated the Mon-El stuff.
Yes.
So,
same.
Okay. Sorry.
Like, let's take this show that was pitched as women doing cool stuff, and I understand why Callista Flockhart didn't join them, because that's not who her contract was with, and she wanted to be closer to home.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I missed that. I missed that kind of almost, but not quite, Devil Wears Prada relationship.
Yes.
And it's just,
and they did Jimmy dirty.
Oh, I will never not be angry about that.
So angry. So angry. Callista wanted to be with Han Solo. Me too, Callista. Me freaking too, man. Only she actually gets to. No, not really. I'm quite happy with my Thomas. But if I had the chance to be with Han Solo, you bet your ass I'd choose it. Oh,
Hey, everybody has their 5.
yeah. Yeah. And my husband knows who my 5 are. He actually knows. My husband knows my type so well that if we're watching a movie and a new actor comes on that is my type, he can pick it out and be like, yeah, you like that guy good too.
My spouse and my best friend are like that with characters. It's like a character will show up and they'll just be like,
yep.
Yeah. For my reaction.
Yep.
It's funny how my 5 include maybe 1 or 2 actors or actresses, and then the rest are like made up or like comic book characters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My gosh.
Excuse me, that's my emotional support comfort character.
Yes.
Now I'm curious, Lauren, who is your emotional support character?
Oh geez, it depends on the day. What am I reading right now? I'm actually reading an It fanfic that someone linked me to. That's actually really good, even though I don't really ship anything in that movie or books.
That'd be kind of weird because aren't they all kids?
Well, this is the adult versions from.
Oh,
yeah. Like when they come back, like 19 years later.
There's the sequel, and they're all
27 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Castlevania right now. My comfort OT3.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was so good. What am I reading comics wise? Yeah, Bat Family, like I said. My comfort character there is Jason Todd. Again, characters who've been through hell.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Jason Todd. He just needs to be ramped up in a warm blanket and hugged.
Yeah, just like aggressively Pareto him like a cat at the vet.
Yeah, he may not
so cute.
I need fan art of that. Are there any artists out there? I need fan art of that now.
I will get on that.
Oh, you're an artist too. Is there anything you can't do?
Roller derby, as we've established.
Same girl.
And
a wuss.
Oh, what else was I told I'm not allowed to try? Wrestling. I am not allowed to try wrestling.
Wrestling or wrestling?
Wrestling. Either, really.
All right. Is this doctor prescribed, or is this your partner telling you no?
It's about 50-50. Because I can ignore my doctor. I can't ignore the input of like my spouse and friend groups.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Because I was doing MMA for a little bit as an exercise thing, and the woman who was training me, she wanted to actually train me as a fighter, and I'm like, I come home and I'm like, my trainer wants to train me to become a fighter. My husband's like, no.
This takes a lot of damage. It takes a lot of damage. I don't care how good your guard is. This takes all the damage.
Because I married you because I love you. I don't want you getting all beaten up. I'm like, but what if I'm really good?
Oh, that's fair.
And that's a completely different topic.
There's a lot of like overlap in terms of wrestling and comic book stories. I could go on.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's a whole other panel. Like, okay, spoilers for January. Like, also we need to have a relationships and comics panel. Like, I'm getting ideas for January already.
Please put me on wrestling and superheroes. There's so many.
Seriously. I know so many people like that would be good on that panel.
Like, with this whole,
this is happening.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, Stephen Amell legit had like a whole thing with Cody Rhodes when he was Stardust in WWE.
Yes, that was
because the whole thing was Stardust thinks that he's actually Green Arrow. But they're just like, they're bros. It's great.
That was great. All right, so we are out of time. Let me check comments. Oh, Ryan.
I mean, I'm here for it.
All right. So now, we are out of time. So, Willow, I know I've made you do this like every time, but again, where can we find you in case anyone hasn't watched yet?
All right, so I am the social media socialite. I am everywhere: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. Just type in my name. I'm sure it'll come up, even my MySpace somewhere. I am the Hanging with Web Show program director. If you follow me on Instagram, you see my posters, or even on Facebook, you see my posters coming up from all the podcasts that I try to help promote every day. A lot of people like them. I find it like I love doing it because it helps me keep track of what shows are on, and it helps my friends and promote their stuff.
We love you for that very much. All right, Joe, where can people find you?
The best way social media wise is Instagram. I have multiple accounts because I'm insane. The main one is Little Star Girl. That's daily life stuff. There's a lot of cats, a lot of photos of my cats. I have brats. And otherwise, you can actually catch me streaming with Novi Studios. It's a multimedia entertainment little company out of Arizona. Anyways, we do a lot of Twitch streaming, tabletop streaming, and podcasts and that kind of thing. And typically there's once a month, all day long gaming sessions. And a lot of times there's charities that we're trying to collect donations for. So that's fun. And I'm going to start streaming my first couple of games with them. That's nervous and exciting. So spoilers there. And I work with that charity I mentioned at the beginning, and it is called Solid Stance. You can go to solidstance.org to find out more information on bringing martial arts to disenfranchised kids.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right, Lauren, where can we find you?
Okay, all my professional stuff can be found at my website, lwsalinas.com. You can find me on Twitter at Sithwitch if you want to talk wrestling, superheroes, cats, dogs, whatever. I podcast weekly with Legends of S.H.I.E.L.D. Right now we're streaming on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Central. Yes, we just switched over for Loki. And we're going episode by episode through Loki. Yes. I just realized I forgot to live tweet it this morning. My bad. Anyway, so yeah, if you're interested in any of my various audiobooks, audio dramas, podcasts, whatever. Oh, streams. I am going to start running a game on Monday with Nerds with Dice, which it's going to be a Wander Home game. And I am playing in a Kingdom Hearts game on Wednesdays. The Monday game is at 1 p.m. Central. And I think so is the Wednesday game's at noon. I have to write all this down. Like I said, my brain is mush.
I feel ya. I'm getting to the point where I have to start writing my stuff down too.
Gotta make a graphic and then just bring it up.
Or just get yourself like your own website and then it's all there. Like,
that's the next thing I need to build.
Yes, you do need that, Willow. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. I'm going to drop you out and do my little spiel, and I'm going to bring our next panelists in. So have a good night, ladies.
Nice meeting you all.
Thanks so much.
Wonderful. All right. So thank you to all the podcasts that have made this possible. Many of our volunteers have podcasts, so please look them up and support them. And this is a charity fundraiser as well as free entertainment for you, so please consider donating.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
All right, we are back, and I'm going to bring Krayley in and turn it over to her. Hello, Phoenix sister.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Are you ready to go for your indie authors?
I think so. Let me look down at our green room here where they have been waiting so patiently.
Yes, thank you all.
Well, if my scroll bar was working, sorry, I'm just using my trackpad. It looks like I have Sarah and Cody and Robin and Clyde. Everybody's here.
Awesome. I'm going to drop myself out and let you introduce yourself.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Krayley Vanest. I'm one half of Phoenix Sisters Cosplay. This is our host of panelists here. Let me get Sarah added in. Trackpad misbehaving. Okay, so here we go. All right, this panel is about indie authors, their writing processes, some trends in fiction. Hi, Samantha, and general writing fun, I hope, or writing stress, because sometimes it's really stressful too. I am manning this panel because I'm a freelance editor as one of my 8 million jobs. And I have to tell you, it's a real privilege to be talking to these 4 authors today. I know so many talented people, and even the one of you, the one that I don't know personally, like I can already tell you're an incredibly talented writer. So the first thing I'm going to do is get this virtual super friend square off of Clyde's face. How do we do that? Sorry, Clyde, I had to hide you from the world. You're too beautiful.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. And now I'm frozen. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to click top to bottom from where it is on the right there. And you can tell me your name, what genre you write, and what books you've written. Clyde, you are at the top.
Okay. I write in the new pulp genre with a minor in horror. And first, anthology, inclusion, short story, and pulp reality #1. And this has just come out in the last month, pulp reality #2. And also have a story in there with an original character I created called B-Man.
Really?
She wasn't expecting me to get done that
She
fast. Let me tell you, this is all from this is from www.stormgatepress.com, both, as well as The Adventures of Captain Hawkland, which is Paul's up our editor, and he's had this company for quite a long time. This is the first time we've done a pulp reality anthology, ongoing series like this. So it's kind of new for him, but he's been doing this for a long time. So if you go to www.stormgatepress.com, you'll find other books that also have that and are in the new pulp genre, and along with some horror and some other genres.
All right, Clyde, you did cut out a little bit when you were mentioning your website or the website we can find your books. So when this is over, if you just want to make sure to type that into the comments so that we can all find you, definitely want to make sure that all of our authors take this opportunity to promote themselves. I don't think any of you guys are working with like major publishing houses that have like book trailers rolling out for you, running those Google banner ads or anything. So like treat this like an ad, brag on yourselves. You all deserve it. And I believe it is Robin's turn now.
Hi, I'm Robin Burks, and I kind of write cross-genre stuff, but it's mostly like sci-fi, dark fantasy, horror, I guess. I kind of just throw it all together and see what comes out. I actually only have one one of my books on hand, but Craigsley's got them all. So the first book that I wrote was Zeus Inc., and there are 2 other books in that series, and I started working on a 4th. And my 4th book is Madam Vampire, which is basically a traditional vampire horror story. I am with a small publisher called Crossroad Press, not like a big house or anything, but I'm very, very happy with my publisher, and you can actually find them online as well as me. My website is robin-burks.com, and I'm all over social media, and you can find my social media links on my website too. And that's it. Oh, and my first book is actually on Audible now. So if you like to listen to your books, you can listen to Zeus Inc. on Audible. And the narrator is fantastic. I love her.
Ah, that is so great. That is awesome. Cody, you are on deck.
Hello, my name is Cody J. Flores. I want to consider myself kind of like a multi-genre author. Most of my short stories kind of stray away from the actual book series that I am writing. My short stories are kind of like horror and thrillers. The book series I'm working on, starting off with the first book, One Short Night, is a near future action cyberpunk kind of a story with a lot of humor, and oftentimes dark humor. So if you like a lot of action, you like a lot of violence, you like a lot of jokes, my stuff is good for you. I also got the second book, Edge of Rain, followed by my recent third book, The Rise of Case, which I am currently working on my 4th book, which should be the whole climactic ending, fills everything together. But if you need to, if you do find me interesting or whatever, you can follow me on like Facebook or Instagram. I don't have a website, but I do have a link to all of my stuff, which is right here. Oh, hang on.
Hey, uncover the first letter.
There we go. So linktree/cody.j.flores. If you guys want to get a picture or screenshot this, that's perfectly fine. But you can find my Facebook, my Instagram, my Minds. I even have a YouTube channel where I go through my collection of movies and I do review on the movies that I own.
Yeah, I only have your first book on ebook, but I did hold up your second too. I'm super biased for anything I say about Cody's writing because I actually edited one of his books. So, man, The Rise of Case. This one just seems a little better than the others, don't you think, Cody?
I think so. I think so. And a lot of people who like female-led books, it was kind of the scariest book for me to write. So I'm like, oh man, I'm like a dude author. How do I write like engaging female characters?
I would have told you if I thought you were doing it badly. So
yes. So thankfully, a lot of the good reviews are like, yeah, no, these actually sound like human female characters. I'm like, oh, thank God.
All right, Sarah, it is your turn.
Hey, okay, I'm Sarah A. Friedez. I'm a YA author. My first book, Rise of Midnight. I'm glad I got a copy because I was like wondering if everybody else was going to bring theirs. But this is my first book, and I'm working on the sequel, Rise of Daybreak. It's a vampire/demon young adult book about a girl that finds out she's a reincarnation of a vampire leader from hundreds of years ago. I'm also working on 3 other non-related fiction books, so it's definitely a work in progress. I don't know what I'm doing. I just put it out there and hope people like it. And I'm not good with social media. I use Instagram. It's Sapphire Art on Instagram. It's spelled wrong. It's my initials, SAF Fire IRE_art on Instagram, and the same as Facebook. I have my Facebook, and most of my stuff is cosplay, but I've been trying to put a lot more of my art and my book and my writing and my painting and stuff on there too. But yeah, those are. I don't have a website yet. I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure that out. I think I'm going to use Wix.com, but I'll let you guys know when I figure it out. So. But that's me.
All right. So I think you guys pretty much covered my first question that I wrote down just in case you didn't remember all the different things that I asked you to say all at once, which was what genre do you write? But if you guys could expand on that a little bit, and just whoever wants to go first, I guess go first. I don't want to pick on the same person over and over again. But why were you drawn to the genre that you were drawn to when you started writing, or the couple of genres? Because of, especially Robin, I know you've got, I think Madame Vampire and Zeus Inc. feel very different to me, but who's going first?
I guess since you mentioned me, I'll go first.
That works.
I just basically, I want to write what I like to read. And I read a lot of different genres. And that's why Zeus Inc. is part detective novel, part dark fantasy, part futuristic, part whatever else it is. Because those are the stories that I like to read. And for some reason, that series, I just threw them all into one book. But like with Madame Vampire, I am like a massive Anne Rice fan. I love the worlds that she's built. I love just the way that she created vampires and really made you see the humanity in them. And I've always wanted to write something kind of long in that vein, but I never had an idea that I thought was my own because I didn't want to rip off of her. And then one day I'm watching Doctor Who and it comes to me that I want to write Madame de Pompadour as a vampire. And that literally is how that story started. And then I started researching the character and there's all this great history. And she was like one of the first really big feminists of her time. And I fell in love with her just as a historical character. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait to write this. And that's why that story kind of went in a completely different direction. But again, it was kind of a book that I wanted to read. That's it.
Who's next?
All right. Well, I guess I'll go. I guess for me, especially with my books, that's kind of like a sci-fi kind of near future kind of thing, is because I'm drawn really to how fast our technology is growing and kind of the idea of what will happen in the future. Like, what will society be? Will it be more of a utopia? Will it be more of a dystopian? Nobody really knows, but I kind of like the whole cyberpunk aesthetic because the genre itself, it can go either way. That's what I really kind of love about the genre itself. As for my short stories, I just kind of like a little bit of a suspense, a little bit of thrillers. I do kind of like those movies. For horror, not really big on horror, so I kind of stay a little bit to the back burner for it. But it's something I definitely want to get into in the future because I do like horror movies.
Right, guys, are we flipping a coin? All right, Clyde's going to go.
I'll go. Mine was a question of opportunity. I reviewed or Comic Book Spectrum, which is a Facebook and YouTube show every week. On the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. And I've been doing that for, I guess, close to 4 years. And not the show, just as a comic reviewer. The show is a new version of that. But I wanted to write comics. And I am an older person. I had a career, and writing was always there, and I wanted to try it when it felt right. When I retired, finally, I'm like, yeah, that's really like to start. But, is that blank page, a blank screen, and a keyboard and a pen, and I've got to do it. So I submitted some stuff to a company, little indie company that was doing copyright free characters. They're in the domain. Some of the older characters I liked, a lot of this was back in the 60s. So I thought, okay, I can write a nostalgic kind of tribute. And I submitted them, and they liked them, and they took them, and they wanted them, and they put them out, and they're still holding on to them. So I got Brian K. Morris of Rising Tide Publications and said, what's the deal? Because some of the people, he goes, they have a lot of material. Okay. Well, what else have we got? You can probably do your offers or anything. We had a group, recently out called an anthology series. It was you think of things like Indiana Jones, Rocketeer, Shadow, those kind of characters, and his was a Doc Saga character. He says, go ahead and send me a pitch. Which you might Doc Saga character story could be, what one you would like to write. So I sent him a pitch, and he accepted it. I submitted it, and he goes, okay, you need to go to Charles Millhouse over here. He's putting together a pulp anthology. I think not with my character, but you could come up with an original character. And so I kind of took my love of little superheroes and melded it with pulp and influences like the Lethal adaptations of his comic strip, The Phantom, and a few ideas like that, and submitted stuff to Charles. I gave him a pitch, which he accepted, and I got in the first issue of Reality, my first B-Man story. And from there, it won an award. I became part of an award-winning team right from the start. It doesn't really happen that way. There's a lot of folks here that have put in the new pulp genre for a long time. So I'm just lucky to be part of it. But that's how I landed on me. It was my first choice, but it seems to have found a home there, and I really like it. And I'm learning a lot from the people I'm working with.
Yeah, I do not have a physical copy of yours to hold up, but here is the cover of issue number 1 of Pulp Reality. There you go. Yep, you've got it. And again, you did cut out volume 2, which I don't have at all yet. I need to add that to my wish list. But you did cut out again a little bit there. So anything that you feel like typing in at the end of this, Clyde, any answer or whatever, so we can get your full story. I just want to make sure that everybody knows what you're about. And Sarah, that leaves you. Why were you drawn to YA sort of vampire? Like, I swear I was listening, but I don't want to sum you up incorrectly. Like, why is that the genre you were drawn to write?
I kind of take a page from Robin's books, so to speak. Anne Rice was a really big inspiration, and also a lot of anime. Inuyasha was my big inspiration. Like Robin said, I like to write what I want to read, and I feel like I'm really drawn to YA books and the genre. And vampires, I don't know. I guess I kind of have a dark sense of not necessarily humor, but I don't know. I was always kind of drawn to that underworld type stuff, and so it was really I don't know how to explain it. I feel like there was just a story burning in my heart, and I needed to put it down on paper. So it was, and I think like modern anime, there's always story going, and like in my head, like after I would read something, I'm like, oh man, I would be cool if this happened, or if I made up a character. What if I made a character, whatever. So as a young kid, I always kind of grew up thinking, oh, when the Animorphs series came out, that was actually another inspiration for my books, is the Animorphs by K.A. Applegate. I don't know if you guys read that long ago, but
I had
one of my big inspirations.
54 of them.
I read all the series. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to create it. Did you really? Yes, I love that series to death. And even when the show came out, it wasn't that good. I didn't care. I was like, yes, Animorphs. But so yeah, I had several different inspirations that kind of slowly melded into one little bubble there. But
yeah, I'm really really happy to have a YA author on this panel here, because I think like YA novels for a lot of us are like a huge inspiration, even if we wouldn't think about to list it in like the top of our like reference list or influences. Like YA novels, I think really shamelessly just write like straight out of the character's mind a lot of the times. And I'm not saying that it's bad that a lot of writers writing for an older audience have a more detached sort of top-down view of their characters sometimes. But sometimes it's just a really big relief to just be like, I'm in this character's head. And it doesn't really matter that they're just thinking about who their high school crush is or like how mad their parents are going to be. Like, it's real. It's in my hands, So, and again, like there are lots of other benefits to lots of other types of writing too. But I think some people sometimes think that they've outgrown a YA novel. And if you feel that way, I kind of recommend you pick one up again and try it again. I can see Robin down there.
I read a lot of YA.
Yeah. All right. My next question, unless we have questions from the audience here. Oh, we do have Here, Sam says that Inuyasha inspired her too. And Micah says hi. My next question was, we already covered what your influences and sources of inspiration were for everybody, didn't we? Does anybody want to elaborate on that some more?
I can.
Oh, wow. Cody can talk some more, huh?
Oh, yeah. Just focus all the spotlight on me.
Hold on. There's a feature for that.
Oh. Yeah! There you go. I guess a lot of influences for me kind of really came from movies. Writing in the cyberpunk genre, you can't go without saying that Blade Runner was not an inspiration. Anybody who writes sci-fi is going to have Blade Runner as an inspiration. But you have that, Escape from New York. It's a really good one. Along with the humor from Big Trouble in Little China. I really think that the humor in that movie was way ahead of its time, and it doesn't get the credit that it should. So watch Big Trouble in Little China. But then also video games, such as the Deus Ex series, really kind of does I did get like a lot of influence from it. And you could definitely tell that it was influenced by the board game Cyberpunk and, William Gibson and all those kind of authors and stuff like that. But pretty much those are my influences that I got that wanted me to actually start writing this series.
Escape from New York inspired a video game that inspired a movie that I have a tattoo based on my shoulder here. There's a moment in it where the main character tells another character, have an apple and a gun, don't talk to strangers.
Yes, I love Lockout. It is so good. That's another funny movie.
Oh, yeah, no, it's so great. It's just so punchy and dialogue driven. Anyway, this isn't a movie review show. This is a show to focus on these wonderful authors.
Yes, my bad for going off topic.
No, that's okay. Let me get Cody's giant face out of here. You guys, I'm teasing Cody because we're friends. Swear I'm not actually a mean person. Okay. What advice do you have for new authors? I'm going to go just clockwise and start with Clyde, and we'll just go around that way. Clyde?
Okay. Well, I'm an older person, but I am kind of a new author myself because I've always written. When I was a kid, I found a portal in my backyard that was books. Because when life wasn't so great, comic books or paperback books or hardback books, magazines, Famous Monsters of Filmland, those were a great escape. And even when I was little like that, I wanted to write. I wanted to be able to conjure that magic. I didn't even know how to write yet, and I was trying to write down thoughts and stories. And then you get older, and you have some teachers in school that inspire you. But you get older, and you find out how hard writing is if you're going to make a living out of it, and that you don't make a lot of money from it normally. You can be a writer your whole life, and you're not going to be a Stephen King. You're not going to get movie deals. You're just going to be a writer writing, and it's not always easy. And then you get married, and you have a family, and you're like, I can't support that on what a writer would make, even like a reporter or anything. So you find things like mushes and muds and moos, and you do online gaming that's text driven. I spent summers where I would just do for a mush, they would describe the rooms. So I would do all of Gotham City. Just every room in Gotham City, I would describe it and go look at comic books as a reference. So I've always written, but it was never something that I thought I could make money at. And then I retired. And I thought, I still want to write. I can still run games, and I can write modules for D&D and stuff like I've done for my local group, but I want to try to do something bigger. So don't ever give up. 58 years old before I was published for the first time, officially. I've written my whole life. So it's never too late to try. And if you've gone through that whole process of, I can't make a living doing this, okay, that's fine. And you still go back and you still write, and you go to seminar and you tune in on a Saturday afternoon to see a bunch of writers talking about writing, then you probably need to write, because it is stuck in your psyche to be a writer. Never deny that. If it's just something that you do for fun, fine. But if you don't, if you find that you still want to be a writer, despite knowing all that you know about how hard it is, and it is hard, it is not an easy thing sometimes, go ahead and do it. It doesn't matter if you're 58, if you're 108, if you are 28, don't be afraid. Also, look for places like, I've mentioned the Rising Tide Broadcast Network and Rising Tide Publications. Brian K. Morris is the person I went to because he's an indie author, and his Rising Tide group are professional creatives helping other creatives up their business or increase their business. They charge nothing for it. Do not get in with a group that's going to soak you for money, saying, we'll make you a top published author by you giving us $20,000, we'll make all your dreams come true. Please don't do that. You don't have to. There are folks out there that can lead you along the path and give you contacts and opportunities that don't cost you anything to get started. And then you can go the way you want to from there. I'm working on a novel. Yes, love Brian. I'm working on a novel, and when I'm done with it, I know enough people that have self-published, I can go to any of them and say, hey, how can I do this? What's the best way? Or by having contacts with Rising Tide and Stormgate Press, I can offer it to them if it's something that they think that they could use. So you network. You make contacts. You don't spend a whole lot of money doing it. You read up on the genre that you're interested in so that you can address issues in it, get the inspiration for things that, as Robin said, write what you want to read. Like I love pulp, but nobody has very many powers in pulp. The shadow can meld into shadows and play with your mind a little bit. Justice Incorporated was the Avenger could change his face a little bit. They're not really superheroes. My B-Man can take the powers and abilities of any B-movie character that's ever played in this one movie theater. He can become Gumshoe Gherkin, a 1940s. My stories are set in 1966, but he can become these different characters. He can become Captain Stratosphere, who actually has a jetpack. And when he becomes that character, it works in the real world way that it would only do cinematically where the characters appeared before. So come up with an idea, something different like that has not been done with pulp, but is very pulpish in my case. And don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's a lot to gain. Networking, if nothing else, I have made a lot of friends online and through conventions where I went and talked to them about their writing. But your local library is another good source. One of the places that helped me along, it's a college creative writing group. Hey, Brian! It's a college creative writing group, and it's free. But we meet once a month. We read a book, we discuss the book, and then we share our writing. Those sorts of things. If you don't have one at your local library, start one. I'll bet there'll be some other people that'll come and join you with it. So those are my suggestions to anybody starting out.
All right. And to people asking questions in the comments, we are going to get to you after we get around this way. We love that participation. We are not forgetting about you. Robin, your advice for new writers.
Clyde covered just about everything. It's like you didn't leave me anything left to say.
I'm sorry, Robin.
Especially what you said about networking. I mean, when I was starting out, Brian was one of the people that I talked to along with other writers. I would go to conventions and go to the writers' tables and just strike up conversations because that's really how I learned. And I mean, even like getting on social media, like Twitter, I would get tweets from Neil Gaiman giving me tips on how to write, which is incredible. I mean, even like guys like that are willing to talk to you and give you advice, which is crazy. But I think one of my, you were talking about there's nothing to be afraid of. And I think that really does stop a lot of people. So the most important thing that you need to do if you want to be a writer is to sit down and write. Just whatever you want to write, just sit down and write it, get it down on paper or on your computer. And I keep mentioning Neil Gaiman. He's my favorite writer. He has something called the rules of writing, which I tell everybody to Google, because the number one rule is to write. And the second one is like put another word after the other word and to keep writing. And it basically goes through, okay, finish what you're writing it, put it away for a while, don't look at it. And then you can go back and rewrite or whatever. But yeah, really the hardest thing is to just start, to get started, to start writing those first words. Because even now, right before I sit down for like a writing sprint or a writing session, there is a terror that happens where I'm just like, nothing is going to happen. No words are going to fall onto the page. I'm just going to freeze up and have no ideas. Every writer, I think, probably experiences that. You just have to conquer that and just write. So that's really all I have to add to everything that Clyde had to say.
All right, Sarah, your turn.
And I'm going to bounce off of Robin with the don't give up part. I think I find myself having a lot of writer's blocks. And even when I do, if I'm working on one project, I'll stop myself and say, okay, well, if I can't write on this project, let me write on my other project. So even if I'm not writing on the one that I'm there, if I come to a wall and I'm like, I have to get away from this, but I'll still continue to write. I'll start working on my other projects, or I'll write poetry that has nothing to do with anything that I'm writing, or I'll write a screenplay. Like I'll just anything to just keep the creative juices, so to speak, going. Because if I stop, then I stop. I'm probably not going to pick it up again, because my brain just doesn't work that way. I don't continue myself on something, I won't go back to it. So I know that's how my personality is. So if I stop on something, I will immediately try to find something else to put my energy into. And sometimes it's not even writing. Sometimes it's acting or drawing or cosplay, or just something to get my energy. And it's funny because sometimes I'll come back full circle, like, oh, I did all that stuff. Now I'm back at the script that I was writing. Oh, wow, now I have all these ideas. Let me start writing this down. So I think that's good, just to stay creative. And even if it's not writing, in anything that you do, just it helps with your other, like whatever path, artist path that you're on, even if it's not just writing. It helps you to kind of get those juices going for your writing too. I think for me, it does.
All right, Cody, it is your turn, and thank you for those answers, Sarah. That really appeals to my ADHD to think, okay, like apply that energy that you have to something else, because like that's a problem I have, is like if I don't use the energy, like I start to get like, I feel bad, so I didn't even think about that. If you're working on the one project with writing, like write something else for a while then. But Cody, it is your turn.
All right, if you are an aspiring author, things like that, all you have to do is, if there is a subject that you think would be good and it sounds good to you, definitely start writing it. Write it down, like Robin said, on paper. You could use your phone. It doesn't really matter. You could carve it into, the porch if you wanted to. Just stick with the idea that you like. Don't think about if anybody else is going to read it. Don't think about, is it going to sell, a bunch of copies. Got to focus on what makes you happy. And if you do get stuck, man, just try to write even so much, just a sentence a day. It could be 3 words. Just write a sentence, kind of keep the flow going, and don't worry about the editing the first time around. All right, if you don't know how to actually do captions of what people are saying in books, just write it like a script, man. Have a name, semicolon, what they said, and just keep going. You can work on that later. But if you do want to write, just make sure you have the passion for it. Don't look and then see what sells the most, because there's no passion in that. You're just trying to get trying to get rich quick. Don't do that. Actually have your passion for it. Work on a story, no matter how outlandish it is. There's Carlton Mellick III, and he writes some off-the-wall books. I am a fan of his, just because it's like, oh, that's what the book's about. Okay. Well, this is going to be a fun ride. All right. It doesn't matter how off-the-wall it is. It doesn't matter how grounded it is. As long as it's something that you want to write, go for it. Don't stop. Believe me. Like Clyde had said, he'd written just about all his life. I did the same thing. It wasn't until I was 28 to where I decided to finally sit down, and I'm like, I'm going to write this book. It's going to happen. I'm finally going to do it. It's one of my life dreams. I'm going to accomplish it. And I did. And then I was like, I'm going to write a sequel. I'm going to write a sequel. Holy crap, I'm actually going to have a series. This is exciting. But all it takes is just a little bit of time, just a little bit of motivation and belief in yourself. Don't pay attention to everything else out there. Don't see what other authors are doing and they're selling and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. Just focus on you and your story and what makes you happy.
All right. Now, looking at this backlog of questions here, Brandy asked, do you just write or do you have to fit it in with a day job? How does that work for you? We'll go the other direction. Cody, your turn again.
All right. Really, when I wrote my first 2 books, yes, I was having to write like every chance I had on break, or if I had like a few minutes to walk around at work, I'd be just sitting there just typing it up. I'd have to wait till I got home and I'd work on it a little bit more. You just have to work on it little by little by little. So yes, there are some people out there that is their full-time job. That is what they do. And for other of us, for some of us, we actually, we have to try to earn a living and everything and try to cram it in when we can. And there may be days you go without writing just because you're so busy with work. But if you can find a few minutes, like I said, write a couple of sentences, you're good to go. Just keep up that energy. Keep going.
Right. Sarah, it looked like you were frozen for a second there, but if you've come back to us, it is your turn. Or if you're still having a technical issue, we can swing back around. Can you hear us, Sarah?
She's on mute.
She is on mute. And also, all right, Sarah, I'm just seeing your head move a little bit like this, so I'm going to come back to you, okay? If you have to close the program and open it again, I'll let you back in. Robin?
Yeah, I actually just started. Okay, so my day job is as a writer. Right now, I am a Disney blogger, and I write for 2 sites, and I do that full time. So I've actually been struggling to write 8 hours a day and then come back and write some fiction. And the job is a lot more demanding than you would ever imagine. And so I have been struggling a little bit to find time, but I'm always like writing down ideas or telling Google Home to take a note because something comes to me, I'm finally kind of getting to the point where I have started to, eke out a little time every day for myself to work on ideas and things. And I'm finally getting to the point where I'm like, okay, here's when I can set some time aside to write at night. So that's where I actually am right now. I'm starting to work on the 4th novel in the Alex Georgestone series. But yeah, you have to just kind of take the time where you can. And sometimes the ideas come to you in the middle of the night. I keep a notepad by my bed just in case I wake up from some crazy dream. And I'm like, ooh, that would be really good in the novel. So you just have to kind of eke it in when you can. One thing I found that was really helpful is I like doing National Novel Writing Month, because it makes me set a schedule every single day. It's like, okay, from this time to this time, I'm going to write 2,000 words. And then at the end of the month, I've got 50,000 words or more. And that really helps too. It's just, it's hard. But if you really want to write the story, and sometimes that story will literally just sit inside your mind until you have to write it. It's going to come out one way or the other, even if it might take you some time.
Yeah, and I think I know what you mean about how could you write for 8 hours and then write again. As an editor, sometimes I read for 8 hours, and then I've had this idea for a novel rolling around my head for 6 years, and I'm like, I can't read for 8 hours and then write. Like, what if I accidentally steal an idea? Or it does get difficult, but like, I admire you guys for really taking the time and getting it out there. Clyde, you mentioned earlier that you retired, right?
Yeah. But some of what Cody was saying, I could remember, okay, I got to work for 8 hours, but I'm going to game when I'm done, or I'm going to prepare I'm running the game. So I got to sit and, I had a desk job. So there were times when there was nothing going on. It's one of those jobs where you sit and you wait for a phone call to come in. And until it does, you got to keep awake. So I would sit there and write notes about my game module, what I was going to run the guys through. And what my gaming group was going to face, or I would sit and write a fan fiction. And so I was doing the same thing that he was doing. It's like I'm working and I'm also writing. It was harder when I retired because it's like, ooh, convention, I want to go to that. Oh, shiny stuff, I want to watch that. I want to read these comics. I had to become more self-disciplined again. And actually the pandemic helped with that. You're stuck. You're home. Now that the writing muse fully has your attention, schedule yourself through the day so you can add to your projects. That was tough, but I do have a benefit now. I'm retired. I don't have an 8-hour job, and I can split up my day. I can write until 3 o'clock in the morning if the muse is on my back going, right, and I can stop if it's one of those days. I started a thing called Radiate Positive Vibes during the pandemic. So every day I've got this little blog post that I put on Facebook. You can find it at Radiating Positive Vibes with author Clyde Hall on Facebook. That's my main site. And every day it just looks at something positive. It doesn't have to be goody news. It can just be, things like new shows coming out. We saw the first WandaVision, Robin, and we love that show. So I did a blog post about this is Marvel's back, and it's not as you would expect. It's better. That kind of stuff keeps you, little daily things like that keeps you going. Yes, it keeps you going so that you can keep the one word coming after the other, like Neil Gaiman says.
All right, Sarah, do you have a day job? And if so, how do you work your writing into it?
Yes, I do. I work 8 to 5. So this sounds really weird, but when I'm not working, I am daydreaming. And what I mean by daydreaming is I'm thinking about what I'm going to write. So at work, when I get my breaks or I get my lunchtime, I'm kind of crunching in my mind, like I'm thinking about what I'm writing, and I'm like, all right, and music helps me to write too. So, and usually music without lyrics. So a lot of kind of like the BDM or the instrumental type music and stuff. And I can picture a scene and I'll put my characters in it, and then whatever the song's doing, sometimes the characters will I'm just crazy. But so that's when I'm not working, on my lunch break or something, I'll do that, listen to music and eat, and then I go home like, oh man, I heard this good song today, and helped me think of a good scene to write with my characters that fit into my story that I kind of had a brain block on. But yeah, and then I get home, I'm literally on my laptop. I get home and I put my little laptop up and I just start writing and as best I can. And if I'm not writing, I really try to just keep, whatever project I'm working on, I try to keep it in mind and in anything that I'm doing, which sounds kind of weird. So I'm probably kind of crazy, but I always try to associate what I'm writing with whatever's going on in my life. Like, hey, and in my book, a lot of stuff happened to me in my book that happened to me in real life, but, kind of fiction and way cooler. So I'm always kind of looking out for that too. So, but yeah, I do work 9 to 5 or 8 to 5, and I just try to write as much as I can whenever I find the time, and weekends and after work. So I jump in.
Yeah. All right. I'm just sorry I'm rushing you guys, but I want to get to this amazing audience participation here. Samantha wants to know, if it will show up on screen, what is your experience with research and organizing your thoughts when writing? We'll go the other way around. Let's start at a different point. We'll go Robin and then counterclockwise.
Organizing. Okay, so I have so many notebooks in my house. So as far as organizing goes, I don't even think I'm the person to talk to. I have notebooks in every room in my house, and there's a pen nearby if a cat hasn't stolen it. It's horrible. And I try to be a little organized, like online, and like when I actually start to write, I use a program called Scrivener, which kind of helps me keep scenes and things organized. But I am not a very organized writer at all. I will literally just collect all my notebooks when I start and just start looking through them for whatever idea sounds good at the time, and then just start throwing it onto the page.
I know how you feel. This notebook was my notebook for the convention, and it got apple juice all over it last week. So I'm just
four
like,
on my desk.
Try it out.
There are 2 in my bedroom, and I know there's a couple more in my living room. So yeah, there are notebooks everywhere.
All right. Sarah, what is your experience with research and trying to organize your thoughts when you write?
Oh my God, exactly the same. I'm very conscious, so whatever comes to mind, I'll have a little, like 2-inch, like little sticky notepad to write on at work or somewhere. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta write that down, and I'll just put it in my purse and take it home. And it literally just flies out of nowhere, and sometimes I'm like, oh my God. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, like, and I'll text it to myself. Like, so it is
I text stuff. I text stuff to my husband now. It feels less weird than texting to myself. And he'll wake up and he'll be like, "Did you mean to send this to me?" And I'm like, "No, you're just my personal notepad." Right. Cody,
exactly
research and oh, nope, sorry,
okay.
Sarah.
Don't freak out. Oh no, that was it. I was just saying that's it, and don't freak out if it's like that. It's okay.
Right. That's important advice too. Cody, research and organizing your thoughts.
All right. When it comes to research, I kind of just go through like forums and everything on new technology to make sure that it hasn't been invented yet when I try to write an actual near future kind of book, because eventually I want to be like, oh yeah, no, I'm going to sue Samsung for a foldable wallpaper TV. Yeah, that's mine. That was my idea. It's in my book. Just want to make sure they didn't release it first. But when it comes to organizing, I just use, if it's for clever lines, I use Samsung Notes, and I'm like, oh, that's genius. I'm going to type that in. For story ideas, I try to organize it in Google Docs, and then I always forget to title them. So I'm just like, all right, which one's which? Oh, I got 10 of these. Oh, which spot is it supposed to go into? So I am very unorganized in my writing, much like in most of my life.
Clyde, research and organizing your thoughts when writing.
The rabbit hole is a dangerous place for me because if I start doing research online, by the end of the day, I haven't written anything, but I can tell you all about the combat strategies of the Carthaginians. If I'm not careful, I will go to, I started off on the history of animation characters, and somehow I ended up there. So got to be careful. You got to limit your research time. Set a time limit, set a timer. Have something very specific in mind. And once you've achieved that, if you find something else, which I always do, have like slush file of idea, like a link, just throw it over into a blank document and then name it like new ideas. And you can go back to that and then keep on track. My other system, actually, I'm chaotic in my thought process, but my system is more organized than I would have really imagined. Yes, I have all sorts of little notepads, sticky notes like that. I do text myself all the time. But, yeah, there you go. But what I've started doing, I have a primary, and Sarah, you're absolutely right. I have a primary project that I'm working on right now, but I have 2 other secondary projects and a tertiary project, and they each have a different, one is a yellow notepad like that. The other one is a white notepad, legal pad like that. And all the others are different kinds of notebooks, one each dedicated to each thing. So I can go, I had an idea for my unnamed, cannot yet disclose it, anthology project for Stormgate Press. Oh yes, there's my blue zebra striped notebook. That's where I will write that in there. So that's my system. It's not a great system, but it is what I use, and it does work.
All right. And then you guys in the comments, there are other like writers and like people who just have a lot of great advice talking to each other. If you've got time to scroll through and read that, I don't think I'm going to have time to put all of these great comments up on the screen. So Ty wants to know, is publishing a book scary? This seems like a mean question for me to pick someone to go first, almost like an accusation.
It is terrifying
Hey,
to
Robin.
put work out there. I will say that. And I write, for a public website every single day. And every time I hit the word publish, just even in an article, I'm like, oh, because the internet is mean and scary. And you have to kind of just get over that. And I mean, especially when you start getting reviews on books, I've had some that were just bizarre and weird and bad. And you just kind of have to, it's kind of weird because as a writer, you kind of have to be a sensitive person, but at the same time, you kind of have to just put it out there in the world, let the world do with it what it will, and don't let it affect anything unless, you're getting some really good critical feedback maybe. But yeah, it's scary. It's scary because, I mean, for me, especially with the Zeus Inc. series, there is so much of myself in that character. It's like I'm putting myself out there. I'm making myself very vulnerable. I'm just like naked in the world. And yeah, so it's scary when people read that. And like a lot of my close friends have read the book and they're like, that's you. I'm like,
I had those moments. I had only known you for 2 years where I saw you for a weekend a year, and reading it, I was like, is Alex Robin?
Yeah.
Alex is Robin.
And I mean, that wasn't intentional, but it's just such my personality and attitude and humor just kind of came out in that character for some reason. And so I'm putting that out there, and people are reading it and they're basically seeing me and they don't even know me. And yeah, that's scary.
Who's going next on is publishing a book scary?
I'll do it because I haven't published a book. I've been included in anthologies. So no, it's not scary at all because I haven't done it yet. But I do feel like I have allies that will help me do it. Because I think I don't really care so much about it is a vulnerability, yes. I'm pretty good about shields, about going, okay, this is the character, it's not me. I wrote a horror story over the summer that's just a horrible, bad person. I didn't have any problem putting it out there for people to read because that isn't me. It's just that character. But yes, sometimes even with those kind of characters, you get into areas that you feel vulnerable. So that is always a danger. But my main deal would be how to go about the business end and getting it done in a business-like way and not being taken for a ride financially to get something published if I was going to self-publish it. But I have allies for that now. So that takes a lot of pressure off. When my book is done and I've got it beta read and polished down to what I think is decent, I'm not dreading it like I would have at one time.
All right, Cody, was publishing scary?
No, publishing actually was not scary. Once you actually get it uploaded and everything like that, and you hit yes, it's not all that bad. It is just after the publishing and it's actually out there to the world, you start actually second guessing yourself. What are people going to think? Was this really good? Should I have done that? Oh, is this what people are going to think of me if it's really bad? That's the part that becomes scary. Publishing, not at all. That is quick. That is easy. It's out there to the world. It is everything that goes into your head after it is published.
Mm-hmm. Sarah, you're the last one.
Oh my gosh, yes, I had a mental breakdown before I decided to post. I was so terrified by everything into my book. There's a whole lot of me in my book, probably like most writers, so I'm terrified to hear feedback. And I got my first 3-star review last week, and I was like, oh my god, my life is ending. But I learned that when you get stuff like that, it's good criticism, and it's to learn and be okay and just say, oh, okay, and it's I read good or bad reviews, and it just helps me to be a better writer, or just say, oh well, that person didn't even read it, they just don't like me. You don't be scared. I mean, to me, I look at it and I'm like, anything you do in art is going to be out there in the public eye. And you are putting yourself out there, but you don't want to sit there and be 80 years old and go, why didn't I put myself out there when I was 30 or 25 or whatever? You don't want to be in that position when you're like, God, I should have just done it, not worried about everybody else. So that's how I feel.
Yeah, that is good advice. I really wish I had time to put all these comments up here on the screen, but this is the most recent one that popped up. And Brian's right. Clyde probably based his horrible characters on Brian.
Oh, no. I wouldn't have done that. No, that's not it.
Okay, guys. Well, we have 3 very, very short minutes left, and I still have to plug our charity at the end of this. So does anybody have a very quick parting thought that you want to say, along with where we can find your stuff? I know we covered it earlier, but you're supposed to promote yourselves. Where do we buy your book? What is your parting thought if you have one? Cody. Oh,
All
Clyde
right.
raised his hand, actually.
If you want to find out where to get my books or where to follow me on social media, or if you'd like to be kind and subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that really helps too, you can find me at the Linktree. Wait. Bam! We got it? Yeah!
We got it.
All
that
right.
first letter is an L for anybody who can't see it.
Hang on, there we go. Maybe if I bend it in a little bit. There you go. Go ahead and follow me on there. You'll find my books on Amazon, Kindle, Apple, and Nook.
All right, Clyde.
Okay. www.stormgatepress.com for Pulp Reality 1 and 2. It's also available on Amazon. If you go to the Stormgate Press, you'll see a whole bunch of other books that Stormgate has put out by people like Charles F. Milhouse, and Brian K. Morris has got books in there too. So check us out. Also, Comic Book Spectrum is a YouTube and Facebook show every week, Thursday, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. We do 4 comic book reviews a session. It's about an hour and a half long for lifelong comic book fans talking comics. So tune in, and if you can stand to see me live more, there's where you'll find me.
All right, Robin.
Robin-Burks.com, or you can also find me at crossroadpress.com along with some other amazing authors. And they also print a lot of books that are no longer in print. They actually digitize them and put them up for Amazon and everywhere you can buy digital books. And you can find me on Amazon Kobo, Smashwords, iBooks, pretty much everywhere. And Audible, as I mentioned. And I'm actually working on hopefully getting the second book in my series, get an audiobook for that too. But I insist on the same narrator, so it might be a while because she's really busy, but she's awesome.
Right. Sarah, where can we buy your books?
My first book is on Amazon. It's also on Nook, and I'm working to get it on Audibles right now. But I'm most active on Instagram. It's Sapphire Art, SAF, my initials, and IRE Art, Sapphire Art on Instagram. So it'll be up.
All right. Every single one of you, I'm really going to encourage you, drop as many links as you want into the comments so people who are following this, just make it easy for them to shop. I have to drop all of you out of here now. You were a pleasure to work with. Gotta plug that charity because we are doing this for the Actors Fund. You guys have a great night. I dropped myself out for a second. Sorry, I just really don't want to forget to thank everybody we need to thank and make sure that we plug the Actors Fund. So here we are. This is a thank you to all of the podcasts that help us get where we were. We could not have put on a huge online event like this without these podcasts. They promoted us. They helped us. It was great. And now, if I can get this video to play before you all see Matthew and his amazing question and answer coming up, let me play this video for you.
This convention is also a fundraiser for the Actors Fund. The Actors Fund fosters stability and resiliency and provides a safety net for performing arts and entertainment professionals over their lifespan. You can support the Actors Fund by following the link below and donating. Every donation also enters you into our sweepstakes and gives you a chance to win these fantastic prizes.
For some reason, I don't want to.
All right. So it looks like we're not going to get our concert today, folks, unfortunately. But let's hope Matthew and his wife are doing okay. Apparently, there was talks of his wife possibly having his baby. Kristen, what is the total for the Actors Fund? $690, folks. Okay, I know that number can get a little bit higher up, but we're definitely going to be back here tomorrow to try to get that number even higher. All right, $690 is pretty good. Does anybody want to say anything before we end the broadcast? Kristen, you are still, you're muted. I'm sorry? Oh, and my food is here. All right. So yes, we're gonna end. Oh yes, porch party. All right. So we're gonna end the broadcast here, and we're gonna shoot the schmook, as we say. So you guys have a fantastic day. Thank you so very much for tuning in to our virtual Superfriend celebration. You guys have a fantastic night. Kristen, thank you.
Show us the money.
I'm sorry?
Show us the money.
Yes. Show us the money. You guys have to donate, or you don't have to, but it would be nice for you guys to donate to the Actors Fund. All right. So Matthew may have a child, and we'll find out later, hopefully, what's going on. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.